readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. Make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you'd like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question, how are we doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. Mercury's moved into Aries. How you doing there? How them feelings? How them feelings doing? It's gonna be fine. A lot of planets in Aries right now. A lot of planets in Aries. We're gonna get through this, okay? A lot of stuff happening. Now the thing you have to keep in mind is, and we're gonna talk all about this because we've also got that new moon coming up, okay? This type of energy is very healing for those with Aries placements. It can also be very healing for those who don't have a lot of Aries placements, but the thing we have to continue to reaffirm and reassert with energy like this, okay? And I'm going to keep on bringing this up, all right? We're going to talk a little bit about what we're seeing astrologically right now, okay? There are a lot of planets right now in Aries, which can often create the feeling of bursts of activation, right? It's like working through sprint energy. A lot of that, like fast start, fast stop. Now, we're also working through the fact that we've got Jupiter that's in Cancer, which can make us feel super duper sensitive. What you want to avoid right now, okay? I don't want you coming to me for a reading when you didn't listen to what I'm telling you here, okay? What you want to avoid is feeling super, super sensitive and saying something that you don't mean or saying something that is mean, okay? It's not mean energy, but it is beautiful energy to help one build into a deeper sense of meaning, right? Everybody's going through this energy right now, okay? You are not isolated in the fact that you're potentially experiencing it. And what we need right now in energy like this is a little bit of compassion, right? Because what we effectively see and what we're working through in relationality to working into the context of compassion is being able to be compassionate for the self, being compassionate for the energy around the self, not taking things personally. Please do not be telling me, do not be coming to me, okay? Do not be coming to me after this new moon and telling me that you took something super personally because you were deep in your feelings right before a new moon in Aries with Jupiter in Cancer, because I got to tell you, it's feeling a little eclipsey here. And the reason it's potentially feeling a little eclipsey is the fact that, like, and I kind of talk about this here, you know, I don't identify as an astrologer, but I read into the energy. And the thing about it is what we often see when we're going through eclipses is amplifications of energy. And so what we basically have happening right now is we've got an amplification that's potentially occurring right now in Aries. But what's beautiful about that, if you're working through it effectively, is allowing the frustration to fortify the self, allowing it to come through the space of deeper processes, being energetically progressive, allowing the modality of allowing discomfort, right, to fuel positive change, okay? And that's what effectively Uranus moving through Taurus teaches us, that transformation is navigating uncomfortability in the best way possible, right? It requires the space of feeling a little bit, right? When you're discovering a deeper sense of comfortability, you have to be able to navigate feeling energetically uncomfortable as you navigate new things, as you navigate new territory, as you navigate new experiences. And it can sometimes be triggering. A lot of feelings can potentially come up, but the ability of allowing the feelings to fortify one's own sense of direction allows for a lot of intensification as it relates to one's sense of purpose or one's sense of understanding. I wouldn't be surprised right now if there's a lot of energy that is feeling a renewed sense of purpose towards things, because that is the beauty and the benefit of working through a lot of this Aries energy effectively. What it is not good for, I mean, you can use it for it, but it'd be like completely ridiculous and wasted if you do, is no petty energy. Right? Don't be telling me that you're going through energy like this and you're telling me you spend the whole time being really, really energetically petty about something, because that type of energy is not going to effectively allow the space by which one is able to identify and recognize what feels fortifying, or what feels energetically strong, or what allows the context of being able to identify and recognize what is important, but not just what is important, what it is that we feel energetically sure about. This is good energy to shore up things. And a lot of that work that we see, it's not easy. It's energetically frustrating, potentially feeling frustrated about or around the self, but not letting that frustration contort your own sense of perception. Now, how is this impacting the energy? It is having a very different impact depending on whether you align to masculine, feminine, or non-binary energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. We're going to start. One thing that was very interesting and important that we identified was occurring in yesterday's read, and you can find the full spread over on the stack if you are a tarot nerd like myself. All of the sign work that we saw yesterday had parity in the card placements. And what do I mean by parity in the card placements? It means I utilize 3 different decks. Okay, I utilize 3 different decks when I read for masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy. And that's a lot of different cards that can come up. So the fact that we had the same cards arriving in the same spreads, that is something very important. Now, what was the parity card? What was the repeating card that we saw in the masculine space? The 4 of Swords. The 4 of Swords, both upright and in its reversal, which means a lot of the masculine energy right now is working upon finding and seeking a renewed sense of deeper balance. It's a continuation of what we see with Uranus continuing its transit into Taurus, which is the observation of, again, understanding that the way that we find a deeper comfortability is by being able to facilitate feeling uncomfortable, right? Understanding exists in the space of our discomfiture, right? Because that discomfiture, right, the discomfiture in the best way possible is how we grow, or how we learn, or how we discover things. So I keep on seeing that this could potentially be a lot of masculine energy that is investing in their uncomfortability, right? And not in a way that feels like it's a contortion point, but the ability to recognize and honor the sense of self that is able to learn, right? That the process of learning something is often experienced internally as feeling uncomfortable, because that is how we find sure footing. So we see a lot of the energy that's potentially facilitating upon that in their relationships right now, and potentially feeling a lot of frustration towards unhealed masculine energy that often mischaracterizes masculine energy as something that is in danger, right? The identification point that there's nothing sillier than to try to articulate that an energy is in danger, because when you're embodying it, It's not in danger. There's no space by which the energy of masculine is in danger if you're embodying it. But often those that do not feel secure with their masculinity will identify the fact that they feel like their masculinity is in danger because they're telling on themselves, right? They're articulating upon, they're articulating, they're projecting an inside problem as an outside one. So we see that that's a little bit of the combination of frustration that some of the healed masculine energy is experiencing. And it may feel to a certain extent like some of the energy working into the context of energetic embarrassment or frustration because it makes it harder. Right? It makes it harder for the energy that is working into the context of trying to energetically heal or trying to do something in a different way. Now, this brings us to the feminine energy. And for a lot of the feminine energy right now, one of was the major card that we saw that was arriving in the feminine space yesterday. The repetition card that we identified was the devil card, right? We had it both in the head space of the feminine and in the unconscious space of the feminine. Now, what is the significant point of recognizing or seeing the devil card arriving in multiple ways in the feminine energy? The observation of recognizing, right, the insecurity, the insecurity that occurs in the space by which energy perceives feminine as threat, right? The modality by which feminine has often experienced trauma, right? The worst trauma that feminine has often experienced has come in the form not of someone trying to hurt feminine, but someone trying to claim that they're trying to protect from feminine from something or from someone, right? The ubiquitous they that is often articulated upon an experience by which another person is projecting their fears onto the feminine, and the feminine trying to effectively articulate the fact that they are the stabilizing force in the face of understanding that the danger to feminine energy is energy that is perpetually trying to do what they desire to do, all under the fallacy of trying to articulate that they're doing so in some illogical way for feminine energy that has never asked for that nor ever desired it. So this is why we see that that's a lot of the feminine dealing with a lot of the devil energy, because we see that that is the energy that often articulates the selfishness that occurs in energy that tries to project their desire on feminine instead of actively listening to what it is that feminine is asking for, the situation or circumstance by which the feminine often feels energetically exhausted, because energy would rather project their desire onto the feminine than simply ask the feminine a reasonable question. So that's why we see that for a lot of the feminine energy, that ability of being able to determine and work through things, the energetic relief that one feels in the context of energy that is supportive. This is a lot of the feminine energy that is allowing themselves to effectively identify and be the healing force in their life, right? Allowing the context of that change to allow for the space by which the conversation changes. So we see that for a lot of the feminine energy, that potentially is understanding and recognizing, and I feel like that's almost a feminine energy that amplifies or articulates upon the difference between what feels like a positive and productive conversation versus situations and circumstances that often require feminine to do all of the heavy lifting as it relates to having or navigating through emotional baggage, because that's a lot of the work that we understand in terms of recognizing that not all emotions, right, that not all emotions are energetically honored. The space which we recognize if an emotion is reasonable is if it has a reasonable direction connected to the emotion. Now this brings us to the non-binary energy. Now the non-binary energy yesterday basically had two moon cards coming out. One was in its upright, one was in its reversal. Now this is really intriguing because, again, as I mentioned, all of the cards that we saw yesterday had dual card work coming through. And the thing about, I need to point out, the thing about the moon card in its upright with the moon card in its reversal works into the context of understanding the self, right? And the thing about it is understanding the self is both at the same time incredibly empowering and incredibly exhausting, right? Because it's the observation of being able to effectively see the full force of the projections that come towards the self, right? It's the observation. And this is what we talk about. Like, this is what's beautiful, because it talks to you about the fact that a healthy spiritual journey is not about becoming perfect. It's about knowing who one is completely. Because when you know who you are completely, you know what you need to work on, right? You know what areas require a little bit of fine tuning. You identify and recognize what one's own vulnerabilities are. And that's often the moment by which, when another person tries to hurl a projection at you, right? The observation of the fact that it is a projection becomes very clear, right? That's why we identify, like, the understanding of knowing thyself is so important, because when you know thyself, then you're immediately able to see where the projections are coming from. But it doesn't make it easier, right? It still hurts. It's still frustrating, because in a way, the observation of having to navigate another's projections of the self, right? It sometimes makes it harder, because it's the observation of effectively identifying what another person is working through intensely through the characterization of the external person. So a lot of the work that we potentially see that's happening in those experiences, like, the best way I can describe it is, it's a lot of the energy that's used to it, but it doesn't make it any easier. It just makes them effectively build into the space of feeling the identification point of finding solace within the self. So we see that for a lot of those relationships, finding solace within the self is what allows them to be able to be, right, a strong energetic counterpart, because, and I keep on getting, they're working through the solace of the self, and they're learning to try to be energetically generous to circumstances or situations, recognizing that the way that others receive our generosity tells us everything we need to know about the shape of others' energy, whether they themselves are working towards healing, or if they're still in the modality of navigating their own, like, insecurities or projections. But it's not easy, and I keep on seeing that for a lot of the relationships doing that work, it's potentially articulating upon what has potentially been experienced in the past that is requiring them to effectively work to heal and let go of the same, I keep on seeing, like, the same guardedness that moved them through trauma. They're working to energetically release, but they're working to energetically release it slowly and carefully, because they understand the reason by which it was energetically needed. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be happening this Friday, April 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also receive access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best advantage moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles. I just wrote one that was released this morning on navigating this new moon in Aries that we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I am very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to have a different impact depending on how you're aligning to it. That said, we are going to get started on our tarot astrology for today. We are going to get started shortly, but if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Our other giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. We're already at 3.1K. Thank you guys so much for tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. If you're joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today. Please keep in mind, if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership entitles you to the same opportunities that we listed as a subscriber or a super fan. You are also entitled to a free card each day with that membership. I would like to be able to offer that over on the place where we keep photos, but I will need your help with that, friends. If you're joining us over on the place where we keep the photos, can you make sure to give me a follow, your follow? I will be happy to thank you with your follow by reading you an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me there, just share the live with 3 friends and comment shared in the chat space, and I'll be also happy to give you that affirmation. How are you doing today, Rotez? Good to see you. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Welcome as well, Nicole. And Sapphire, thank you for joining us. How are you doing today, Bridget? Good to see you. Nicole, I don't want panic mode. No panic mode here. All right? We don't want panic mode right now. We want fortitude mode. Okay, everything's going to get done. If it feels overwhelming, just break it into smaller pieces. I love swift movement. Okay, there you go. Well, we're going to potentially, if you like swift movement, you're probably going to like this energy. Oh, make sure that you're traveling safe right now, Bridget. Good to see you, and thank you for sharing the live. Hi there, Nancy. How are you doing in this energy as an Aries? Siobhan, so good to see you today. Thank you as well, Nancy. And Avatar, thank you for that meerkat. It was really cute. Guys, please remember we're doing a giveaway right now. The highest gifter will be getting a free reading. Thank you, Ava. Oh my gosh, look at them. Hi, how are you? Thank you, Adam, for those heart knees. Please remember to be recharging your heart knees right now if you're joining us on the Clock app. If you would like an Animal Oracle card on top of your 1 card. How are you doing today, user 632? Welcome, Adam. Good to see you today. Grand Rising Kirby. And Ava, thank you for those gifts. Grand Rising Minnie. Beautiful day to you as well, K Majesty. Thank you for the compliment, Minnie. Hope you're having a beautiful one. Grand Rising Rotez. You wrote some dreams down. Happy to interpret them if you'd like to get on the list. Grand Rising We Travel. Ava. Oh my gosh, you're about to dye your hair. What color? Loving it. And I know we were all like, what color? Exactly. I don't want it either. One step at a time. Just again, allow, like if you're feeling panicked, I want you to slow down. Like that's my advice for you right now. But we're going to get into it because we're going to be doing astrology for all the signs. As I mentioned, friends, if you would like to get on the list today, the list is open. Anyone who's on the list before we go live has priority. We don't have anyone on the live today for priority, so we're going to get started immediately with that tarot astrology. If you would like to get on the list, though, to be read for once we complete the Daily Collective, the list is open. It's a great time to get on the list. You will have the first person on the list each day will always have an additional card in their reading. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, just go ahead and let me know the date that you are added to the hold list, and we'll be happy to add you back as well. In the meantime, before we get started on today's Daily Collective, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Thank you so much, HPX, for the follow. And before we get started on today's Daily Collective, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the Raven. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. I'm really excited for the Wands class as well. It's a really interesting suite. I'm really looking forward to being able to do a deep dive on that. And guys, just remember, we did have to, that class is going to be held on Friday. You still have time to join. If you are a super fan, and you head over to our perk section, you will find in the perk section a coupon code that will give you a discount to that tarot class subscription program. If you would like to join our subscriber only disco channel, just message me directly from this live using that link that I just pinned with a disco gift, and I'll be happy to send you that invite. You still got plenty of time to sign up if you want to join us. And Morgan, thank you for the follow as well. That said, if you guys, I think the Swift movement will support the busyness that's coming for me in May. Absolutely, right? It does say to me that there's a lot of fast activation here where it's required, but it's going to effectively lead to a deeper comfort zone. Grand Rising Row, good to see you as well. Oh, and thank you again, Minnie. As I mentioned, friends, we are doing 2 giveaways today. Please remember before we get started on today's Daily Collective that we are doing a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective read. Currently, the person in the lead for that giveaway right now is Ava. Congratulations, Ava. Thank you so much for those gifts, and thank you to everybody who has gifted. As I mentioned, though, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your Daily Collective read for today, Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. We are going to be starting today with a tarot astrology for all of the signs. Last time we started with Pisces. Today we're going to be, and we move backwards. Today we're going to go forward. We're going to start with Aries. We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck right now for Aries. Can I get 3 cards for Aries? Highest priority messages from Spirit. What does Aries need to know as we're leading into this full moon energy, the new moon energy that we've got coming up right now? We've got here 7 of Swords in its upright. 8 of Cups in its reversal. Actually, 7 of Swords in its reversal. 8 of Cups in its reversal, as well as the World card. Man, you know, this is all I'm going to say right now. I want to send a public service announcement I don't know. I mean, Aries, it would be very, very silly. All I'm going to say right now is it would be very, very silly for anyone to play with you right now. You cannot understand. And I don't know. Love your life. Okay, let this be like, I just love your life. Like, I need to stress this, okay? Because here's the thing. Here's the thing with Aries that everybody seems to forget. Aries, every day, okay, every day, there is that Aries that wakes up and chooses kindness. Every single day, it is an act, okay? It is a choice. When you see an Aries being kind, you have to understand that kindness was crafted, okay? They didn't show up with it, okay? Aries, you know this. You didn't show, everybody else, Aries shows up. Where'd you get that? Where'd you get all that? Oh, you didn't have any of this? No, every inch of patience that you see that an Aries carries, they had to cobble that together. They had to figure out how to make it. Everybody else has oodles of it, and there's that Aries just plugging away. Just that poor Aries just working so hard, cobbling together that patience. So when you all I gotta say is like when you've got a sign work like we've got right now, when you've got so many planets right now hanging out in Aries house, it is not the time, right? It's often, and I want to point this out, the space by which Aries does not put up with it. And you have to understand, the reason Aries doesn't put up with it is because Aries puts up with a lot of stuff, right? Aries puts up with a lot of stuff, but when Aries feels like a line is crossed, and I like to point this out, like Aries will be very quick to explain, right? Aries will be very quick to explain the situation and nature that required them to act quickly. And I want to describe this. Aries can act very quickly when pressed, would rather not, but often feels the need to. And that's often the sound. I need to point this out. That's often, and it's very similar to Leo in this way, because when Aries has to do that, that's usually the last you'll see of that Aries, right? Because it's the understanding, right? It's the understanding of the fact that Aries is working towards patience. And the space by which, right, and I want to point this out, the space by which Aries is always trying to be patient and another person tries to articulate that they're being reactive, that's the moment that an Aries will show another person what reactivity means, right? Like especially when it comes to over reactiveness, because the truth of it is Aries are very rarely overreacting, but they often have to navigate others' overreaction. So I feel like there's something really important about that in terms of Aries being able to articulate. Now, the one thing I will say to Aries that are going through this right now, you know yourself. Bottom of the deck, you know yourself. Okay, and the one thing I will say is I don't want you being, I don't want you being rash right now. I don't want you making a rash decision. Okay? And the reason I say a rash decision, I don't want you to make a rash decision in the wake of another person's irrationality. Okay? I don't want you making a rash decision in the face of another person's irrationality. Because here's the thing about it. When another person is being irrational and you make a rash decision, the irrational energy wins. That's all I'm going to say to you. Okay? Write it down. When another person is being irrational and you act rationally, congratulations. The irrational energy wins. You don't want that to happen. You know what I'm talking about. Okay? Pay attention. Continuing to get clarification. Next card, next sign that we're doing right now is going to be, we are moving towards Taurus. You already got one card on the table, Taurus. We got the Page of Cups, literally just flew out of the deck. Can I get 2 more cards, please? And one more. Taurus is on vacation. What's going on here? Taurus, you taking a little early vacation? What is this? This is nice. Can I have some of these cards? These are nice. This is nice. I'm like, what's going on here? Here like okay. So I feel like here's the thing about it. And I want to point out, like, this sometimes happens, right? Here's the thing about it. Taurus, when pressed, will check out. Like Taurus will, when Taurus is feeling, here's the thing about Taurus only get through things with little treats. And a Taurus like a Taurus and a Taurus, you know why? Because, oh, I know why. It's your season coming up. That's why. Like, this is Taurus already getting into the space of planning themselves a little treat, right? And especially, like, I got to point out, Venus is in Taurus right now. And I kind of saw this. Like, the thing about it is, like, I could not stress. I feel like what's happening for Taurus right now is that Taurus is going through situations by which other energy is being like, why aren't you moving faster? And this is so Taurus. Like, never ask a Taurus, like, never ask a Taurus to hurry up. Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? Love your life. Never try to rush a Taurus, because, and here's the thing about it. Taurus have this tendency that when you try to rush a Taurus, they will move slower. They will move slower. They will move slower. And the reason for that, right? The reason for that is because like, Taurus often try to carry, like, Taurus, it's interesting too, because there's a bit of this Taurus quality that often navigates with Taurus, which is the identification point of not, what's the point of rushing somewhere that you're going to relax, right? Like, Taurus literally understand that there's nothing sillier than rushing to go somewhere to relax, because then when you get to the place where you relax, you're not in the mood to relax anymore. So I feel like there's something about Taurus right now trying to energetically maintain a vibe, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that, in a way, I feel like what's important about that for a lot of the energy is just working through, right? I feel like there's something about that. And I think, in a way, it actually feels like a little bit of a morale booster. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I need to point this out. Like, I need to point out, sometimes you have to understand the beauty of Taurus, when often Taurus comes into healing, is understanding the power of being a morale booster, which is not the space by which you see another person stressing and you don't upset them. Like, and I need to point that, like, this is coming, like, listen, okay? When another person is stressing, remember, they're not trying to put their stress on you. I know that sometimes you get frustrated because you see others stressing and you feel like they're trying to unalive your vibe. I want you to understand that the best thing you can do when you see somebody stressing is be the morale booster, right? Work towards helping energy feel fortified by sharing your own confidence about things. Don't wave your confidence about things in front of another person's face if they're stressing, okay? Because that does not fix, I don't understand what it is with Taurus with this. That does not fix the stress. It often just alienates the self, okay? You know what I'm talking about. Thank you, Taurus. Continuing right now into Gemini. 3 cards for Gemini. 3 cards for Gemini. 1, 2, 3. We've got here the 3 of Swords in its upright. 9 of Wands in its reversal. And the 3 of Pentacles in its upright. What are you building right now, Gemini? What are you building? That's a lot of 3 energy. What's going on in there? What's going on in that brain pan of yours? You have to understand something. I love this about Gemini energy, right? Gemini energy likes to work through things. Gemini meditates by working through things. And the thing about it is, and I like to point this out, there's often, Geminis often get very frustrated when somebody says to a Gemini, like, oh, do you want to take some time for yourself? Geminis are like, are you out of your mind? Like, are you out of your mind? Like, Geminis do not, and especially when it comes to working through sadness or grief. And I want to explain this to you about how Geminis think. And Geminis, you know this about yourself. Geminis think it's absolutely wild that energy takes time to grieve things, right? Like, and the reason is like Geminis often understand, they're like, why would I want to sit with a feeling that I don't like? Right? Like Geminis are like, when Geminis see energy doing that, it's wild to Geminis are like, what are you talking about? Right? When somebody's like, oh, do you need time? Like, do you need time to like navigate some sadness? Right? Like, that's all Geminis here. Geminis are like, why do you think I want to sit in like with a feeling I don't like? Like, Geminis think that that is absolutely wild. But I think that that's the thing that's important to understand, Gemini, is that others like to I want you, I'm going to hold out your hand when I say this. Some energy likes to integrate feelings. And when I say that some energy likes to integrate feelings, is that sometimes feelings energy needs to sit to figure out where to store a feeling. Now, I know that that's not you. I know that you've never stored a feeling. I know you've never stored a feeling in a very, like, in your entire life. But that's because you're always looking for something productive to do with a feeling. Bottom of the deck on this is, okay, we got to talk a little bit about this, because I feel like the thing is, so here's the thing about it, and Geminis, you understand this. It's not that you're not sensitive, right? It's not that you're insensitive. But the thing is, you have to help another person understand that everybody has different ways. You often have the same issue that Sagittarius does, right? What are you, and this is why Sagittarians and Geminis are often best friends, because like the space by which, when one understands that everybody has a different way of working through things, then you don't look at others as insensitive. You recognize that that is processing. And so I want you to recognize, I want you to understand right now, if there's something that you're going through and everybody is carrying it a different way as you, I want you to help articulate to another person that that is the way that you process and deal with things, right? Which is the modality by which we understand. It's literally the understanding that everybody carries sadness in different ways. And when we understand that others are processing, then we can say to them, what can I do to help you process something more effectively? Okay? Don't get into, move a conversation about insensitivity into processing and see if it helps it. Thank you so much. Continuing to get clarification right now, moving on to our Cancerians. How's it going with that Jupiter and Cancer right now, Cancers? 3 cards. 3 cards right now. Justice card. Yeah, that makes sense. High Priestess in its reversal. Cancer's defending someone right now. Devil card. Here's the thing about Cancers. Cancers are a lot like Leo like this, which is a space by which Cancers will put up with a lot of stuff in relationality to what they deal with, but not an instant. Not an instant when it comes to someone they care about. You want to see, like, and I want to point this out, I feel like there's something that's going on with Cancerians right now in terms of articulating more about their past. I know, I never thought I'd see the day. I never thought I'd see what, like, this is what's happening with Jupiter and Cancer. Cancers are finally ready to talk about their past. It's vulnerable. But I feel like there's something important about it because, and I want to point out, I often see this, Cancers will be very begrudging to talk about their past until it's important to be able to compare it to something that's presently occurring, right? And I want to describe, I feel like what's happening here, and this is really intense. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of Cancerians feel like they're going through like a very intense like awakening process right now, because you have to understand Jupiter moving through Cancer is very much about the inside matching the outside, right? It's the observation, like what's the point of all the ego if it doesn't feel like it's in alignment to the self, right? Like what's the point? Like it's almost like, and I wouldn't be surprised if for a lot of the Cancerian energy right now, there's something about coming into a deeper sense of austerity. But the austerity that I see that a lot of the Cancerians are going through is potentially making sure that their external world matches their internal one, right? Bottom of the deck. I would not be surprised right now if there's something going on with Cancerians where someone does not understand the choices you're making. I wouldn't be surprised right now if for some of the Cancerians, there's some kind of opportunity that's in front of you that another person is telling you that you would be absolutely foolish to turn down. And yet I almost see the Cancerians being like, no. Because, and I want to say this to those Cancerians that are navigating this, only you understand the shape of you. Okay, I'm going to say that again for the Cancerians going through that. Only you understand the shape of you, which is the modality by which another person doesn't get to say to you, right, that you're making the wrong decision or you're doing something that isn't in alignment to you, right? Because when another person says you're doing something that's not in alignment to you, and you know that that is true to you, then you have found someone that does not understand your values. And so I feel like that's something that's very important that the Cancerians are going through right now. So make sure, I keep on seeing, don't take it personally, take it profoundly, right? Remember that only you understand the shape of you, and as long as you're being true to yourself, you cannot miss anything that's for you. And the space by which another person tries to identify the fact that you are potentially speaks more to the fact that they don't understand you or that they don't share the same values as you. So make sure that you're building into that point of authenticity, potentially and especially as it relates to articulating upon experiences in the past where it feels like you let yourself down by not doing that, right? You've got this. Thank you so much to our Cancerians. And I feel like it's also you kind of like, I feel like in a way it's also beautiful too, because I almost feel like I see a lot of Cancerians stepping up in ways that they've never, like stepping up and speaking up in ways that they never have before. But I need to point out, like when Cancerians ask for the floor, this is why you give it to them, because it's like when you don't do it often, it's usually because they have something very important to say. Thank you so much, Cancerians. Moving on to Leo. This energy with Leo right now, man. I can't. This energy with Leo right now. 3 cards, man. I can already tell. I can already feel it. It's okay. I can already feel it. Didn't it cute? Like, I mean, like, yeah, that makes sense. Immediately with the Strength card coming out. And the 6 of and the 6 of Pentacles in its upright. And the Star card. You know, here's the thing, like, I need a this is going to feel like it's in relationality to the Cancer energy that we just saw. Because here's the thing about it, and I need to stress this. Leos are perpetually used to being misperceived. And here's the thing about Leos that you have to understand. Leos will let someone misperceive them, right? Because the thing you have to understand is that Leos, when you understand yourself, and here's the thing about it, Leos know this. Leos understand that when you know yourself, when another person misperceives you, right, they miss out on the opportunity of knowing you. Okay? When energy, this is Leos know this to the fiber of their being, which is when you know yourself and another person chooses to misperceive you, look at that person. Look at that person missing the opportunity of a lifetime in order to know you, right? And that's the space by which you understand. And then the hard part about this is that for a lot of those with Leonine placements, right, this is a very painful journey. And the painful journey is often the space by which others try. Like, this is just something that Leos get used to. Leos are often considered, like, you'd be shocked how many times a Leo is the scapegoat for another person, specifically for this reason. Because Leos are effectively, they work into the context of compassion. And that's the thing about it. Leos will literally see somebody misperceiving them and say, you know what, if that's what they need to get through if that's what they need to do to get through their day, let them have it, right? Like, there's that Leo working effort, like working in any way, shape, form, or fashion. And that's the level of compassion that often Leos bring to situations, which is the modality by which they will see somebody literally misperceiving them. And they'll say, let them have that. If that's what they need, if that's what they need to be able to get through their day, if they have to misperceive, because Leos say, better that they're misperceiving me than somebody else, right? That's what Leos do. Leos will literally suck that up and navigate it, because they say better directed towards the self than somebody else, because that is often the force of compassion. And that's often why you'll often notice, you'll see Leos potentially giving energy that's doing that a wide berth, right? And then and that energy that's doing that, not understanding that the wide berth that a Leo is giving someone is the full force of their compassion, right? Leos understand the compassion of giving someone a wide berth. But, and I want to stress this, that changes, right? That changes profoundly in the space by which another person tries to take energetic advantage of that, or the modality or the experience by which another person potentially works through. And I like to point this out, you'll often see this, and I just want to stress this to those Leos that go through this. You'll see, right, there's a Leo that's potentially working through something where they know another person is projecting it on them, and they're just sitting there and they're quietly navigating it, because that is the full force of their compassion. And meanwhile, right, that energy that will often push and push and push and push and push until the moment by which, bottom of the deck, like, that's almost the energy that says, don't give me and this is the thing about it. And I love this too. And here's the thing about Leos. Leos do not, there's a reason Leo's claws are retractable. There's a reason a Leo's claws are retractable, because Leos are like, I would really prefer not to use these. I would really prefer. And that's why often the space by which, when another person is hurt by a Leo, the first thing you need to ask them is, what did you do? What did you do? Because the space by which, and this will often happen, right? The space by which often Leos only pull out their claws when they're protecting something is navigating the full force of another's projection, right? The space by which, and I'll just point this out, Leos, understand, right? Understand that you deserve compassion too, okay? And I want you to understand that, because I feel like to a certain extent you're being very hard on yourself right now. And it's okay to be hard on yourself, but again, the amount that you're hard on yourself needs to be proportionate with how you're hard, like with what you give others. And I know that that's not the case, because I know you do it for others, but make sure that you're taking care of yourself too. Okay? It doesn't require you to have to do all of the heavy lifting at every moment. You also are worthy of compassion. Continuing to get clarification, moving forward right now, the next sign that we're going to be reading into today is, we are moving into Virgo. Can I get 3 cards for Virgo, please? We've got here the Temperance card in its upright, the Hanged Man in its upright, no, in its reversal, and the King of Wands in its reversal. let's talk a little bit about this energy, Virgo. I feel like this energy might be very hard for those with Virgo placements right now. And the thing about it is, the best way I can describe what we're seeing is, just because things are not going the way that you expect doesn't mean that things are not going in a positive, in the right direction. Because there's something I'm seeing that's happening right now there's something I'm seeing that's happening right now for Virgos as it relates to timing issues. And the thing about it, and especially, like, I want to point this out, especially with this Temperance card in its upright, with the Hangman, like the Hangman and the King of Wands in its reversal, I would not be surprised right now if you feel like there are like a lot of this is like the attack of the minor inconveniences, right? For Virgo energy right now. This is literally like the attack of the minor inconveniences. And the one thing I want you to recognize is, I want you to kind of channel some of the energy that we saw in the Taurus reading, right? Which is working through or identifying or recognizing, like, when we are working through attack of the minor inconveniences, we're building into the context of being patient, right? Because the thing about it, I keep on seeing, is patience is a promise that we make to our perfection. I want you to write that down, Virgo. Patience is a promise that we make to our own perfection, which is the modality by which, if something is not working the way that we aspire it to, we don't push away from it, right? We don't react, but we remind ourselves that patience is the prayer towards our own perfection, because it's the ability by which we are able to navigate our frustration that leads us to be able to find more patience as it relates to working towards what we care about. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because I do feel like there's something about this energy right now that may, like, it's the combination, I need to point out, it's a combination of Jupiter in Cancer with all of these planets in Aries, and then everything with the other planets are in Taurus. So what does that effectively say? Virgo's looking at something and being like, everything's a mess, it's not moving fast enough, and you're feeling very sensitive about it, right? Okay. Bottom of the deck, things maybe, do not make assumptions right now. No assumptions or presumptions, because when you make assumptions or presumptions in energy like this, you block your own blessings, right? The space by which, I'm just going to articulate this, right? Perfection is not found, it's made. It's something that we work towards. So I want you to make sure that you're not looking at something in the space of wanting to walk away from something, but saying to oneself, what do I do to energetically improve something? What can I effectively change? Okay, take a little bit, don't get frustrated, get pragmatic. Thank you. And because I feel like, especially, like, I don't want you doing, like, especially as we move towards this new moon in Aries, not allowing the context of feeling frustrated to deter you towards what you know is for you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Virgo. Next sign we're reading into right now. Why are all these cards coming out for you, Libra? They all flew out. We've got a ton of cards for Libra coming out. I just have to read them. I know I said that we're doing 3, but they all came out, and we respect the cards. When they come out, we read them. Libra, what's happening? A lot of stuff happening at once. What is this? This is like a whole new world kind of energy. What is happening here? Good notice. All right, I gotta pull all these cards out for you to see, but there's so many here. It's hard to kind of navigate. It's all right. We're gonna navigate them. It's fine. We got this. All right, let's get to it. So what are we seeing right now for those with Libra placements? I'm gonna walk you through all of these cards. I got the Page of Cups here. I got the 10 of Cups. I got the Justice card in its reversal. I got the Page of Swords in its reversal. I got the Moon card in its reversal. This is leadership. This is 10 of Swords in its reversal and 7 of Wands. I mean, 10 of Wands in its reversal and 7 of Wands in its reversal. And here's the thing about it, and I need to point this out. Libras make exceptional leaders, but here's the thing, like the funny part about it is Libras never want to be leaders. Like Libras are like, go find someone else. Like, go find like Libras. That's the hard part with Libras and leadership. Is Libras are always like, oh man, like Libras try to hide the fact. I've never seen anything funnier about this in my life. I'm sorry to be calling you out, Libras, and you know this about yourself. You are an exceptional leader. And you make it your business not to let anybody know about it, because you've seen what happens. Like you've seen what happens when energy's looking for leaders, right? Libras see a leader and they're like, oh, that poor like that. Libras are like, that's the funny thing with Libras, like Libras and leadership, it's working into, the thing about it is, and I need to stress this, you're amazing at it. Do you ever notice, I need to point this out, and Libras know this, the person that's a great leader is always the last person that wants to be one. Okay? You just have to come to terms with it. Okay? Like that. And Libras will often be like, oh, they're looking for a leader, I gotta go. Right? Because it's the understanding of the fact that the space by which, and I need to point this out, like the space by which leadership is someone that does not demand attention, right? The energy that often is the space, that the energy in the corner or in the space in the like the space over there is often like the best energy, because it's the energy that's often building into the context of getting the full scope of what's happening. You know? And here's the thing about it. Your impression is not, you have to understand this, your impression is valuable and important, because the Libra's ability to energetically assess the situation, all you need is confidence in terms of understanding that assessment is how you bring balance to things. But I feel like for a lot of the energy right now, that ability, like there's a lot of feelings that come up, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck, yeah, and it's funny too, because the bottom of the deck was already up, right? And it's that temperance energy. And I need to point this out. I feel like in some way, shape, or form, somebody has like recommended, don't be upset at somebody recommending you for something, is what I keep on seeing, because I need to point this out. You have to understand, okay, someone's not doing that to mess with you. Somebody's doing that because they truly believe that you are the most important person, is what I keep on getting. And I often feel like this, like this is the funny thing with Libras. Like somebody will effectively speak, like Libras have a hard time understanding how much others care about them. And the space by which you understand that energy is being genuine around you, right? Like I know that sometimes, like I know that recognition of genuineness can sometimes feel overwhelming, but I want you to understand that you earn genuine energy, right? You earn genuine energy. There's no modality by which, and I want to point this out, often Libras will say, oh, well, someone's trying to give that to me because they're trying to build balance. No. Sometimes you receive things because you're being exceptional. So I want you to energetically remember that, because I feel like that's a hard part with those with Libra placements, is even when they're doing something exceptionally, you try to convince yourself that somebody's doing something or giving you something in order to restore balance. I'm here to tell you that's not the case, right? You are often, if you're being exceptional, earn that exceptionally, hold it exceptionally, okay? Don't try to convince yourself that something like that is happening because someone's trying to bring balance. Thank you. Continuing to get clarification. Scorpio, what's up, Scorpio? The 3 cards for Scorpio. We got 4 cards coming out. You couldn't help it. You gotta get that extra card. Scorpio. That's Scorpio. What are you doing right now? What are you trying to squeeze? Scorpio's putting the squeeze on something. Yeah, 3 of Wands in its reversal. 4 of Wands in its upright. 2. Oh my God! It's all Wands. Page of Wands in its upright, and the 8 of Wands in its upright. And I want to, yeah, it is. It's squeeze energy. First of all, like, here's the thing: either a Scorpio is squeezing, or a Scorpio, or somebody's about to learn a very important lesson on why you don't squeeze a Scorpio. Either one of 2 things is happening, right? I literally see it's either the front end of the Scorpio right now or the back end, which is either Scorpio trying to squeeze something or somebody learning very quickly why you don't squeeze a Scorpio. And here's the thing about it, because there's a little bit of math involved here. Because here, these are 7. Like these 2 cards here that came through, these are 7s, right? So this is often, and I want to point out something. Scorpios are not selfish. Scorpios do not do things for selfish purposes. Scorpios will be very quick to understand the value of the self in context with the energy or the world around the self, right? And Scorpios can tell very quickly if somebody is being stingy. It's just like, because here's the thing about it. Scorpio energy is not stingy. Scorpio energy is very careful. So when Scorpios see somebody being stingy, when they energetically know, like Scorpios make it their business to know everybody's business. So here's the thing about it. Never tell a Scorpio you don't have something when you've got it. Okay, because that'll be the last that you actually see of that Scorpio. Because Scorpio will be like, Scorpio will know. Scorpio will have tabs. They'll be like, they'll pull out the index. They'll pull out that Rolodex real quick. Their ability to like be able to figure something out, and this is often the space. Like when somebody's evasive to a Scorpio, it's usually the last time that you'll ever see that Scorpio, because Scorpionic energy does not like the space or the place by which another isn't being energetically authentic, because Scorpios can just see it, right? And the thing about it is, I either see a situation by which Scorpios are potentially articulating to someone and saying, oh, it's interesting you say that because this would prove otherwise, right? Like so I'd be like, I've got all this evidence. I don't know, where did all this evidence come from? Silly me, right? Like it's like this energy. Or somebody's learning really quick what happens. And this is the thing about it, because Scorpios take ownership on everything. Scorpios always have, never try. Scorpio's got a plan for everything. Scorpio's got a plan for a plan for a plan. So the modality by which another person tries to pull the rug out from under a Scorpio, they learn real fast, right? Once. Like you'll usually meet somebody, be like, I tried to mess with a Scorpio once. What? Because Scorpio will be like it's literally like immediate. Like the and here's the thing about it. When Scorpios get to that point, they do not look back. They don't look back. They don't question it, because, and bottom of the deck on here, the only thing I'm going to say right now, Scorpio, okay, make sure you have that conversation first. Don't make any assumptions right now. I don't want you making any assumptions, okay? If you're feeling, and here's the thing about it though, and you know this, because you know that you have a tendency, all right, you know what I'm talking about. This shoot first, ask questions later mentality has hurt you in the past, okay? So if you're doing something right now, make sure that it's heading in the direction that you aspire to go. Don't let something feeling energetically sensitive make you reactive and something that you then feel, right? The difference between a moment and a memory right? The difference between a beautiful moment and a bad memory is the ability to navigate if that's something you actually want to do or something that you're doing because you're feeling overprotective. Okay, thank you. Continuing to get clarification. One moment, please. The next sign we're reading for is Sagittarius. Sagittarius, can I get 3 cards, please? 3 cards for Sagittarius. What do we got here? 1, 2, 3. We've got the 2 of Wands in its upright, the Lover's card in its reversal, and the Sun card in its reversal. What's going on here, Sag? Sag, I feel like there's something important. I feel like there's something important about taking some time for yourself in relationality to something, because I feel like I see I feel like I see some kind of situation or circumstance right now where I want to describe this as Sagittarians often often feel like they're in a rut when they're navigating stagnancy, or where they feel like they don't feel like they have a space by which they can effectively, like the space by which they can effectively have the opportunity to let their hair down a little bit, is what I keep on seeing. And the thing about it that I'm seeing right now for some of this energy is, and in a way I kind of want you to take, like, make sure that you're making some plans to look forward to, right? If you're feeling the solution to a rut are plans. The solution to a rut are plans. So if you're feeling a little stuck right now, start making those plans, right? Start building into the context of giving yourself something to look forward to. Because the one thing I'm identifying here is it feels to me, and I want to describe this, there's a lot of energy right now that are working through rough feelings. And the hard part about it that often happens with Sagittarians are exceptionally good listeners, right? Like the Sagittarian is often is the catharsis point for another as it relates to giving someone a pep talk. You also deserve a pep talk, right? You also deserve to have that same sense of encouragement. So I want you to keep that in mind, because I feel like there's something important there about, and I want to describe this, a need expressed is a need that is relieved. So the ability to make sure that you're not suppressing asking for things, but make sure, I know you're going to hate this, bottom of the deck, I know you don't like asking for things, but here's the thing about it, okay? Like, you have to ask. If you ask, the universe can answer, right? So if there's something that you need, make sure that you are expressing that via the communication, right? Not in the space, like, don't feel like you have to suppress your expression, right? Let the clarity, let the question guide the action. Because here's the thing about it. Sometimes, right, I want to introduce you to the wild world of advice, which is sometimes the space by which you don't need to figure out a solution to a problem. Someone might be able to provide it if you tell them what it is that you're looking to do. Like, thank you so much for having that reading with me. And I'm continuing right now. The next sign that we're reading for today is Capricorn. Capricorn, 3 cards for Capricorn. Oh, what's going on here? The cards are all wonky. What's going on, Caps? What? Here's the thing about it. This is interesting. Caps have the same cards right now. Hold on. Caps have the same cards as Sages. But there's another card here. What do we have for Caps right now? This is complicated. This is like staccato energy. Yeah, this is like having to like operate on different speeds right now. We've got the Lovers card in its reversal. We've got the Two of Wands. Oh, I see what's happening. And it's upright. The Sun card in its reversal. And the Four of Wands in its upright. Compartmentalization powers activating. Here's the thing about it. Like, we can, like, the thing about it, and I want to point this out. It's a really strange thing. It's a really strange thing. We're going to talk about it. Compartmentalizing for any other sign, compartmentalizing can often be a bad thing. Capricorns are absolutely brilliant at compartmentalizing, because here's the thing about it, and Capricorns understand this deeply in their self. It's not compartmentalizing if you know you put it there, and you know where to find it, and you know when you're going to address it. That is the only time that compartmentalizing is helpful and positive and energetically restorative, right? Because that is the difference between what a Capricorn compartmentalizes versus what others compartmentalize. Because often, the thing about it, you have to understand, a lot of other signs compartmentalize so that they don't have to look at something, right? It's not there. Where'd it go? I don't know, right? Aquarians are very good at that. Where did it go? Look, it disappeared. Capricorns don't do that, right? Capricorns will only compartmentalize when they feel that they have to, right? And the compartmentalization that Capricorns do often allows them to do something more perfectly, which is the observation. And again, it's a lot of that energy that says, and this is why when you never rush a Capricorn, right? When a Capricorn says, I'm going to get to that later, you remember, the Capricorn knows exactly when that later date is, right? Capricorns do not forget things. They don't let things go. They address them as they need to. And so that is what I feel like is happening right now for some of the Capricorn energy. For some of the Capricorn energy right now, I see a situation by which they are on go mode. They are like, go, 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 go. There's something that they need to do. They're racing to the finish line to do something. And I see the energy being like, I'm compartmentalizing whatever this is for later. It could have something to do with relationship. It could have something to do with something that's happening in the personal space that they can't deal with. Good for you, Capricorn. Good for you. Because here's the thing about it, and this is what you know. When another person sees the fact that you need to be concentrating on something and they show up with their drama, right? That is the note. Right? And I'll tell you right now, the sound of somebody losing, the best Capricorn they've ever had in their life is the modality by which another person knows that another person is working on something that's very important and tries to put their drama ahead of a Capricorn's need to energetically accomplish something. That is a relationship ending event for some Capricorns, because it's the observation that a Capricorn would never do that to another person. And I want you to remember that, bottom of the deck right now for our Capricorns. You know, if you wouldn't put up with it, if you wouldn't do it to another person, you don't have to put up with it. If you do not need to, if you wouldn't do it to another person, you don't have to put up with it. Which is the space by which, you know, it's not the space by which you say, oh, it's not a big deal. This is why it's a big deal. Go talk to one of your Leo friends. Okay, Leo friends. Your Leo friend will give you a whole conversation on this, because it's the understanding that you deserve compassion too. It's not too much to ask, because that is somebody who's navigating a lack of boundaries, right? And it's okay if somebody is not honoring your boundaries, then it's perfectly okay to compartmentalize, because it's the space by which you recognize that is often the space by which you have to articulate to another what is or is not energetically appropriate, right? So make sure that you're being clear about those boundaries. Don't be reactive about them. Be specific, right? Thank you so much, Capricorn. Next sign that we're reading for today is, just bear with me one moment. We've got Aquarius coming through. Can I get 3 cards for Aquarius right now? 3 cards for Aquarius. Ooh, we got the Death card and it's upright. We got the 4 of Pentacles and it's upright. And we've got the 6 of Cups and it's upright. So let's talk a little bit about the energy that we're observing here. And I want to describe this. I want to describe what I'm seeing right now for a lot of I want to describe what I'm seeing right now for a lot of Aquarius energy. And I want to describe, I keep on seeing foresight is the gift that we give each other in order to succeed. That's all I keep on hearing. Foresight is the gift that we give each other in order to succeed. And the reason I'm effectively seeing that is specifically and particularly because when we're navigating the space of foresight, then we're able to understand and recognize that foresight allows us to do something as effectively as possible. And so I feel like there's something really important about that in relationality to building into a deeper sense of harmony in terms of creating that foresight for the self, but also for creating the foresight for the energy around the self. Because, and this is why, like, you'll often see this with those with Aquarian placements. A good thing happening suddenly can be just as traumatizing as a bad thing happening suddenly, right? Because what we effectively identify is the fact that it's springing things, right? It's the springing things on others that can sometimes create the energetic frustration point. So I feel like there's something important about Aquarians having conversations with others of that nature, literally having a conversation with someone. And I feel like in a way this energy might be frustrating to those with Aquarian placements because there's a lot of spring that we experience with Aries energy. So I feel like the conversation in terms of telling another person that springing something on someone, even if it's positive, can be just as traumatizing because it's not giving someone the gift of foresight, right? It's not giving someone the gift to be able to effectively navigate the best way that they possibly can. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, this is, again, because, and I keep on seeing, boundary issues. Like, here's the thing about it. Boundary issues. Someone with boundary issues, it's not the fact that they're always bringing bad things to our door. It's the fact that they're bringing things suddenly, right? Like the energetic urgency by which another person feels like something that they need requires immediate attention can often speak about the energy that isn't effectively prioritizing effectively. So often you'll see this. The sound of someone, the hard part about it, often somebody with a boundary issue, right? The space by which another person has a boundary issue isn't the space by which they're intentionally not respecting another boundaries, but it's a boundary issue not to have foresight, because it's the observation that when you're in the space by which you're addressing things only as they need, as they arrive, then it doesn't create, right? It doesn't create an energy by which another can heal or thrive. So I feel like something about communicating that, not being reactive, but being expository is potentially going to help in circumstances and situations of that nature. Continuing right now, final sign that we're reading for today are our Pisces. Can I get 3 cards for Pisces, please? 3 cards for Pisces. What do we have coming through right now? 3 of Wands, and it's upright. Page of Wands. in its upright. 6 of Wands in its upright. That's a lot of wand energy. Pisces, listen, I don't want you being too sentimental right now. I know, here's the thing about it. I can see why. I'm not sure what's going on with Piscean placements, but it feels like it's sentiment. I know, like, I feel like me saying to Pisces right now, don't be sentimental, or at least sentimental, is like Pisces sitting in the midst of sentiment city. Like, Pisces is literally like, but I am literally in the center of sentiment. And the reason I want to describe this, okay, listen, we talk about this. When there are signs moving out of your house, we've identified that it can trigger abandonment wounds. Okay? And so what we basically are having that's happening today is we see that we had a bunch of planets. I was not, like, again, I had a lot of sympathy for those with Piscean placements as they were going through their season, because we saw a lot of planets that were moving through Pisces. And today we've got Mercury exiting Pisces and moving into Mars. And so the thing to effectively observe with energy in that way is understanding that things are always, like, the constant is change, right? And I want you, if you're feeling, listen, if you are feeling unmoored right now, and you need some stability right now, Pisces, change is a constant, right? And the ability to effectively, and I think to a certain extent, healing, I feel like there's something about this energy right now that is potentially allowing the opportunity for Pisces to heal their relationship to Uranus, right? Because Uranus is often the space of change. And I keep on seeing, you have to understand, change is not the energy. Like, it's funny, I was going to say enemy, but I was going to say it actually came out as energy, right? The space by which, that when we understand that change is constant, then we don't get frustrated when we see that things are changing. We allow that to be a circumstance or situation by which we build towards ourselves patiently, right? And the observation of being able to recognize or identify, right, the space by which one is able to observe change, but not allow the change to feel like it overwhelms, right, or throws you, is often the space of the Piscean energy that is getting stronger. And I think that that's something that's very important there, because I feel like there's something in this energy right now for Pisces, in relationality to being able to recognize or observe how much you have changed from who you used to be to who you are today. And I want you to understand that that person that you used to be is the person that got you where you are today, right? There's a lot of inner child healing here, which says you have to hold that person. You have to hold that person with kindness and empathy, even if, right? Even if they were not perfect, right? Because that ability to identify the things that you're working on, right? Or the things that you would do better, you are the present gift to that past person, right? And when you recognize the fact that you are the present gift to that past person, that's when the inner child healing begins, right? It's not the space by which we have to look back and go, everything was perfect. It's the space by which one says, I see what I can do better. I'm working on it. I'm actively addressing the experiences of the past that have made me perceive something, that made me feel stressed. So I want you to be conscientious of that. Bottom of the deck, yeah, Four of Pentacles in its reversal, right? Change does not happen overnight. Your change is incremental, okay? Don't, like, I know that, and I want you, and this is why I feel like to a certain extent, if you're feeling like this right now, I want you to effectively write down and identify everything that you yourself have been doing that you are energetically proud of, right? Because the space by which, like, I feel like the hard part about this is there could be something I'm seeing right now with Piscean energy in terms of feeling like things are moving very quickly. Don't race, recognize and identify that you're keeping pace, right? Like, identify how far you've come, identify how far you've grown, because a lot of that, right, I keep on seeing, I don't want you working through a sense of overwhelm right now. And if something feels like it's overwhelming, just break it into smaller pieces, right? Everything is manageable by breaking something into pieces that are accomplishable. So keep that in mind as well. That is our tarot astrology for this today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You can book a reading and you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both. You can do that over on my site. Also, please keep in mind that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never PM you, I will never DM you, I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the court cards in the cup suit. Our next class will be held on Friday, April 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied thus far, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship. You also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles. I just released one today on navigating this new moon we got coming up in just a few days. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer as well, for those who are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discounted rate, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Ava. You got our highest gifter today, so you have won that free reading. And Avatar, you came in second, so you will have additional cards in your reading. If anybody else would care to get on the list today, you will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are doing here, for those who are joining us across the other apps, we are doing here highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Mediumship, Dream Interpretation, Angelic Guidance, Animal Spirit Guide readings, Pet readings, Akashic, Mind, Body, Spirit, Love, and Aura readings. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. And if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all I need for you to do is let me know the date that you're added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. We're also at 22.5K likes for those who are joining us on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Also, for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there entitles you to the same benefits that I described for the superfans and subscribers. I would like to be able to start offering memberships over on the place where we keep the videos. I need your help with that, friends. If you can head over to the place today that starts with an INSTA and give me a follow there and comment followed in the feed, I will thank you with an affirmation from A Guide for the Advanced Soul. And if you're already following me there, just share the live with 3 individuals and comment shared, and I will be happy to give you that affirmation as well. The list right now, Ivana, if you get on the list, you will be the 3rd person read for. And the list, for those who are asking about the list, is Stella and Ava. Excellent. Good to see you today. And how are you doing as well, Avatar? Taurus moon, yay, we love it, Siobhan. I feel like the Taurus energy right now is looking pretty good. Those are some beautiful cards. Morgan, thank you for the follow, dear. My Aries moon is telling me the same thing in my dreams. Thank you for confirming. Absolutely. Excellent. Brain fog vacay. I know. You saw how good those cards look, Minnie? I know. I love that for them, too. Yes, we go at our own pace. Thank you for confirming, Ro. Was it skipping for anyone else? Ryan is articulating the fact that they were having some issues with the feed. No, thank you for letting me know, Dada. Appreciate it. You might want to step out and come back in. Grand Rising, Dada. Taurus, me disassociating and isolating until the Pisces kicks in. No disassociating, right? Build into something to look forward to. It's very similar to what we were seeing for Sag energy right now. Yeah, you see all that stuff going on for Gemini? That was a lot. Like, that was a lot of 3 energy for Gemini. And I feel like the thing with Gemini is, like, nobody tells Gemini how they have to carry their feelings, is what I kept on seeing. Ivana, thank you for getting on the list. You will be the 3rd person read for today. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 4th person. Great time to get on the list. How the heck do you not work on your feelings 24/7? I mean, it's not required every single minute, right? But a little bit goes a long way. Yes, I see this so much in my best friend, and she sees it in me. Thank you for confirming, Tori. Hi there. How are you doing today, Fawn? Sometimes we put up with too much. But here's the thing about it. When you are just articulating the fact that you are, right? Real talk. Good to see you, Spiritual AF. Hope you're doing well. Reevaluating. Thank you, Tiff. Very intense. Thank you for confirming data, and thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I do my best, Unique. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. And Nambuere, good to see you as well. Leo Rising, how you doing, Siobhan? Yeah, as soon as I knew that was coming through, as soon as we drew the Leo card, the strength was the first one coming up. I loved it. And Denise, thank you for those gifts. Avatar, thank you for that beautiful tiara as well. Avatar, oh my God, the trippiest thing I said yesterday. The gifts need previews, and today it's in the app. Oh, that's wild. Look at that. That is amazing. Foresight. They push till they can't push anymore. You know, and here's the thing about it. Like when somebody's in that space, like they have nothing, they have no one to blame but themselves. Yeah, they walk away and they start to wish. Yeah, exactly. That's really wild. Oh, that's so cool, Avatar. Leo, Nicole, Leo, yes, nailed it. Leo, Sun, Mars, Venus, Neptune, and Leo also here. How you doing today, Victoria? You're so welcome, Nambuere. Virgo Moon, and thank you so much, Angelique, for getting on the list. You'll be the 4th person read for today. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 5th. Virgo Moon, and NS and cusp, baby, Leo, Virgo cusp. Super impatient when things move slow. Yeah. I love Leo, Virgo, cusp. Yep. And Persimmon, thank you for joining us. Very sensitive about it. Yeah, that's why I love it. I know I'd never want to be your bad side. Thank you for those gifts, those bear gifts, Lamon. Hi there, Sherry. And Mia, thank you for the follow too, dear. Have a good, I gotta go. Good to see you, Avatar. I love my Libras. Libra energy is very well thought and weighed out. I need them to make my decisions. I trust those healed Libras with everything. I get it. Yeah. Scorpio is always extra. Yeah, I know. I'm not surprised. Like it's the Scorpio cards were particularly spicy right now. But I want to point out they feel like they're spicy with good reason. You know, I know it was. Those were very spicy cards. Dua, thank you for those chilies. We're not here to play games or waste time. Exactly, Daniela. And thank you, Ivana, for those heart me's. Yeah, Ivana, where did all this evidence come from? Yeah, exactly. And thank you so much, Justice, for those gifts. Thank you for sharing the live. You're so welcome, Avatar. And Witchin, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, Ava. Good to see you today, Maxie. Welcome, Stella. Thank you for getting on the list. Hi there, Mia. Good to see you today. Josh, thank you for the follow. And Valentina, thank you for those heart me's. And Phoenix, thank you for the heart me's as well. For those joining us on the clock app, remember to recharge your heart me's if you'd like an animal oracle card on top of your one card. Phoenix, unfortunately, it was the Leo in my life that wasn't respecting my boundaries at all. I got to point out, it's got to be a very unhealed Leo not to be respective of boundaries. Like usually if a Leo is not being respective of boundaries, they've been very traumatized. Thank you as well, Tiff. And Kimmy, thank you for the follow. Don't be sentimental. Oh, whoosh you. Cancer dealing with Taurus, passive aggressiveness. Well, that's the hard part I was seeing. Like I was kind of seeing that a little. Right? Like I was seeing that a little in the Taurus energy. That's exactly what I was warning against. Right? Sending you support, Lexi. And Justice, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you, Wushu. You're so welcome, Hippie and Bridget. Yes, I got you on the list, Stella. Hi there, Ivana. Excellent. And yes, the list is open if you'd like to get on it. Who had some wild dreams last night? Dreams last night were bonkers. And Lucas, thank you for those heart me's. Thank you for the compliment on the headband. Good to see you today. Guys, make sure to give Lucas some love. Readers supporting readers. Absolutely. Excellent. Nikki referred me. Oh, Nikki referred you to my live. Oh, that's so nice of her. Please say thank you to me if she's going to show up here, I'll say thank you myself. Well, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Excellent. Any sign that doesn't respect boundaries is unhealed. Aside from Aries, they just do it sometimes. Sad, let Sad just do it too. Okay. Sages do it too. Like, Sages do it too. Okay. Sages will be like, like, I mean, you're not wrong here. But I need to point this out. Like, because Aries, like the thing with Aries will get into a little bit of like, they started it, I'm going to finish it kind of energy. Thank you, Per, for getting on the list. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 6th person read for. How you doing today, Otis? Because I want to point this out. Aries and Sag will do it. Aries and Sag will do it when they feel like somebody needs healthy encouragement outside of their comfort zone. You know what I mean? You'll know this. And it'll sometimes really vex. It'll sometimes really vex those who like are friends with Aries and Sages. Like Aries and Sag will push somebody, up for something in the space by which it feels like it's messing with their boundaries in the best way possible. You know, like that's the hard part about it. Like, yeah, it's the only time, and it's something that you specifically see with Aries and Sag energy, right? Aries and Sag will often try to articulate that they'll push a boundary if they feel like somebody needs healthy encouragement, right? And it's complicated because it's very dangerous to do, right? But healthy energy will often be respective of the fact that when they do it, they're doing it because they feel like it needs to be done. You know? Oh, regular, Per, you don't count. Nothing about your dreams is regular. Okay. How dare you? How dare you? I've read your dreams. The fact that you're like, yeah, my dreams were regular, as if that could happen. Like, as if it could, as like, I love, like, oh yeah, like, I can't wait to hear about what that regular dream was that you had last night. Okay. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to hear about that regular dream. She says, and we laugh. Yeah, one moment. Just reading over. Yeah, that's true. You forgot about Sag. And that's the thing about, like, God help you if you've got an Aries and Sag. Like that partner. They're like, Aries and Sag will be like, would you like to form an alliance with me to get that shy energy? Like that's the thing about it. Like, God, like if you are a shy energy and you've got an Aries and Sag beside you, just run. Like, just run. Because the Aries and Sag will be behind the Sag energy being like, right? Like, it'll be one of those situations where they'll step back and they'll make the shy energy accidentally have stepped forward. It's ridiculous. Yep. Excellent. Hi there, Otis. Yep. Yeah, they do it unless they do. No, they definitely. But here's the thing. I want to point this out, and this is the thing about it. The reason Aries and Sag do it, and they do it in a way that doesn't hurt, is because their heart is always in the right place, right? Their heart's always in the right place when they do something like that, and it's usually because the reason you can tell that their heart is in the right place is their heart is usually it's not with them. They're not doing it for their own delight. They're doing it for another's benefit. You know? Yeah. Oh, well, thank you. First of all, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, you know. Absolutely sending you support. And I hope that anything that you found here today is helping you as you proceed. And thank you for coming by, and I appreciate that. And I'm sending you a lot of support on your healing journey as well. Hi there, Hermes. Excellent. Oh, we went through the lives and you've passed 2 different people talking about Aries. Well, it's because we've got a ton of Aries energy right now, and we've got an Aries new moon coming up. So yeah, we're going to be talking about it a lot. I just wrote a whole article about it over on the Mystic Meditations article over on the Stack. You can find it there. I just posted it this morning. and talking about masculine. Well, we talk about masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy here. We talk about all of it. So, and if you missed any of that reading, if you came in halfway through, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos or the photos. It's also up right now as a podcast over on my spot and over on my stack. Excellent. And I love Aries and Sag. They're sometimes, I mean, not sometimes, they're always unorthodox, right? Like, sometimes Aries and Sag, sometimes unorthodox. It's always unorthodox. But here's the thing about it. Like, the way that an Aries and Sag will be unorthodox will be very different, right? Because Aries will be unorthodox in the space by which they say, in order to make an omelet, you got to crack a few eggs, right? Like, that's the way that Aries looks at things. And here's the thing about it. Like, Aries will often do something, try to say, you'll thank me later, right? Like, it's a little bit of that. Sag are unorthodox in the space by which Sag considers orthodoxy a snooze fest. Like the hard part with Sages is Sages are being like, why would you ever, like, why would you ever want to do anything normally? Like Sages, and it's very different, right? And you'll always notice this. Aries will take unorthodox approaches to following rules. Aries will literally say, that's a problem with Aries that'll drive you nuts. Aries will look you in the eye and be like, I did not do anything that wasn't within the context of the rules. And someone will be like, you just did something insane, and being like, but I did not break a rule. Like, they'll be like, it's not my fault. They'll be like, it's not my fault that you created a rule with a fault in it. Like, that's what Aries will say. Aries will be like, it's not my fault that you created a rule with a fault in it, right? That's Aries being like, let that serve as a lesson to you. Sages will be like, what? Rule? 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 Like, what? Like, oh, that whole thing? Oh, that's not, like, it's a suggestion. It's a suggestion, right? It's a suggestion. How are you doing today, user 632? They have beautiful energy when it's healed. An unhealed Aries and an unhealed Sag are dangerous stuff, right? Because an unhealed energy, like an unhealed Aries, is a rebel without a cause, and an unhealed Sag is a cannonball, Yeah, absolutely. You got a little bit scared at the end of what? Yep. Oh, thank you for the help. Absolutely. Yes. Oh, what are you reading upon? I am this. Thank you, Jess, for confirming. I am this. Wow, so true. Absolutely. Hold on, just reading them over. Yes, I wish I could remember my dreams, but I'm glad I remembered that one. Well, again, Lucas, we can always read into what's creating the hurdle about not being able to remember the dreams. There's usually a reason there. And sometimes, like, I'll do dream readings with clients to try to figure out what's going on in terms of not being able to remember dreams. Yeah, my Neptune in Capricorn. Oh, yeah, that could do. Ooh, yeah, but you already know it. Yeah, Neptune in Capricorn. You got to give yourself mnemonics, right? Because you got to, like, that's the thing. They're still there. I wouldn't be, you know what? You're probably the type of person you'll remember a dream like months after it happened, right? Like, they're there. You got to figure out the mnemonic. Yeah. Mars and Sag sounds diabolical. I mean, like, here's the thing with Mars and Sag, which is like Mars and Sag is like, oopsies. Like, it's a lot of that. Like, I want to point out, like, Mars and Sag is like, Like the best way I can describe a Mars in Sag is like, oh, look, I dropped something. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's a lot of that type of energy. Whoopsie. It's like, it's a lot of whoopsie, you know? Um, it's like, but and it's like, it's not even diabolical. It's also hysterical, you know? I'm a Leo, and unintentionally, all of my greatest friends are Aries. But here's the thing about it, like, there are like with Leos, like, I wouldn't be surprised. Are you more of a July Leo? Because July Leos and Aries are like are buddies. You know what I mean? Like those, like because like you have to understand that like it's like July Leos are cool, and being around Aries makes you look even cool. It's the cool club. It's the cool club. Yeah, but if you're an Aries, Sag, Leo, I mean, yeah, it's rough on these streets. I know. I know that intimately. I want to get a reading. Absolutely. Anytime you want to get a reading. So if you get on to get a reading here, all you do is send the donation. It's 3 cards for 29 or more for non-subscribers. And if you get on the list right now, you'll be the 5th person read for. 6th person. No. 6th person. Yes. We can't be discreet enough to pull those kinds of shenanigans. Yeah, like that's the thing about like like Sages have no like Sages can't be discreet. Sages have no chill. Okay. But it's okay too. And like, yeah, my Mars is in Sag. Okay, there we go. We have tons of fire in this live as well. That's true. My Venus is in Aries. I love Venus and Aries because like Venus and Aries reminds me of like, Pepe Le Pew. Do you guys remember the Pepe Le Pew cartoons? With this will be like, I'm coming to get you. Like, and another person is like, it's just like it's like undaunted. Like it doesn't matter. It's like rain nor sleet nor dark of night will stop somebody from going towards the things that they care about. I'm a Sag sun and Aries rising, but my Cancer moon is not in on it. Yeah, but the thing with that, with like the Cancer moon there, and I want to point this out, like your Sag sun and your Aries are protecting. Like they're protecting the like that you are effectively, you are like what is it called? Like very hard outside, very, very soft inside, right? What is the candy that has like a hard outside but a soft inside, right? Like it's a lot of that, right? Like it's the space by which your hard exterior is protecting like a very sensitive space. Thank you, Jess. Yeah, only on the days that end in Y, exactly. Nothing about me is discreet. Same. I wish. I mean, what is discreet like? What does that be like? Like that's why I've got so many Capricorns around me. I'm like, what's it like to be discreet? What's it like? How is it? Is it fun? It seems like it's fun. I would like I bet it's fun. Aries come off a little arrogant at times. I agree. But here's the thing about it. You have to understand. You have to understand it's not arrogance that you're picking up with an Aries. It's that Aries know, like the thing with Aries is like they can't help being good at things. And a lot of Aries show up. You have to understand, a lot of Aries show up with something that they're just naturally good at. And the thing about it is that for some of the energy, the feeling of having to soften that, right? The feeling of having to dial it back is like, and you'll often see this. And what's interesting about it is Aries get in a better relationship with what they're good at later on, because it's the understanding by which they stop feeling like they have to apologize for the fact that they're good at something, and instead building into the context of being proud of it that allows others to be proud of their own accomplishments as well, right? Like it's very much Like Aries are often in that space by which they want to, like Aries want to celebrate, right? They want to celebrate accomplishment. And in that way, I like to describe a healthy Aries is going to be a morale booster, because they're basically going to say, like, the reward for working hard is being able to be proud of something that you do really well, right? Yeah. So true. Thank you, Avatar. Very much so. I'm a Taurus, but I'm an Aries cusp. So you get it. Yeah. And like that Taurus Aries cusp, right? Like I like to point out, like cuspy Aries often, like it's hard for those, like, I want to describe the Taurus cusp on Aries is some of the hardest stuff to work through, because there's a lot of it's working through, it's like learning, it's like working through the ability of being able to talk through things that incite the self instead of bearing them, right? Like often a lot of the issue, like a lot of the work that those with who are Taurus with Aries cusp have to deal with is learning not to harbor things. Which is, it's good to talk about things. And again, if I say that to you and you wince, then like I'm going to say it twice. Because when it's not about the fact that you can bear it, it's the fact that you can't be upset if you're bearing something and you're not telling anyone that you're bearing it, right? Because that is the space by which, like the space by which when those who are cuspy on like that Taurus cusp start working on it, profound change starts to occur, right? But it requires one to be able to understand that vulnerability is a gift. I am this, thank you. Yeah, they make the rules. The Sages are like, here's the thing about it. Like, it's not the fact that a Sag won't follow a rule, but the rule better make sense, right? The rule better make sense, because if the rule doesn't make sense, then Sag is going to literally say Sag is like going to say like that's ridiculous, and not feeling not feeling the space by which they want to navigate something if it doesn't make sense. If you explain to Sag, like I'll tell you right now, if you explain to Sag the logic as to why a rule is a rule, then if the Sag holds it as a golden rule, then a Sag will hold it. But the thing about it is that's why they have to understand they have to understand why it's an honor to carry it, because that's the way that Sages work, which is, it's very similar in a way to Leo's, which is Leo saying like if it doesn't feel good to hold it, then you shouldn't carry it, you know. Jess, good to see you, dear. Hold on a moment. Hi there, how you doing today? Welcome, Dandy. I know a Sag who has their Saturn in Pisces, and I swear they think of themselves. Yeah, well, here's the thing. Saturn in Pisces, and and here's the thing, like you have to understand that being able to, I wouldn't be surprised if someone in that space often feels that they're picking up other slack. And the thing is that, and this is the thing you have to understand, you can't pick up another slack unless you give someone the chance to do something, right? Which is not not moving so quickly that you have the time to pick up another slack, but being able to ask if they need you to assist or help with something. Because I can see what you're talking about with someone with those placements that might often feel that they're doing things so quickly that it feels like others aren't able to keep pace. But you have to, that's not the difference between others are letting you down, but making sure that you're being energetically patient for those that might not be as adept as you at doing things, right? Sending you support, Jess. That's okay, but here's the thing. If you feel like you're too tired to dream right now, then prioritize the fact that you're getting rest in the dream space. Yeah, I feel like I remember the dream through daytime deja vu moments. Yeah, because the Neptune is the Capricorn's compartmentalizing the dreams, and then Neptune is bringing them back to you when you see something that feels familiar to them. Yeah. July Leos know how to talk. I know, they're so cool. They're so cool. July Leos are like, I always like to describe like July Leos are like the cool cats, and I always describe like the August Leos are like puppy dogs. They're like, we're like, hi, like, hey, you know. I know. No, I mean we talk, but we're just not as like I feel like again we're not as cool talking. We're like, hi. Yeah, Leo rising, Sag Mercury, and Saturn Aries here. I like that. That's a good combo. Because you're probably very fast on your feet. Like you're a fast talker, you're a fast thinker. I love the Astro talking here too. My Mars is in Sag too. That cracked me up. But you know it. You're like, whoops. Oopsies. Yeah, Leo Sun, Aries Moon. Yeah, I like Leo Aries is like that's like I wouldn't be surprised if you're often feeling like you're taking on things for others, or you're speaking about something on behalf of another. Like that's all that Leo Sun, Aries Moon, which is saying like I speak for those that can't speak for themselves energy. Thank you as well for confirmation, Avatar. You guys, my Saturn return is exactly at 6:40. Oh my gosh, really? Oh, that's wild. And on the day that Mars station, like Mercury stations into Mars. Oh, that's intense. Yeah. 13 degrees Aries, I believe. Yep. Early summer. You were born on the Aries new moon. That's beautiful. So this is probably going to be this is going to feel like a very restorative new moon for you. Yeah. Hi there, Chris. Period. Yeah, thanks for confirming the Aries stuff. I do my best, Jess. I just, oh, I'm glad that it awoke something in you. Very true. Thank you, you know. And the rule better be very equal and fair. Yeah, absolutely. Right? Yeah, my ex is a Cancer sun, Cap rising, Sag moon. Ooh. That's a tricky placement though. You know? Because the thing is like that's often being indicative of someone that feels like they have to hide the authentic self. Like the thing about a Sag moon is like the desire to be able to be in authenticity, but it might be hard because the Cancer sun might speak to the fact that they feel in some way, shape, or form that they have some kind of image that they need to maintain, you know, like especially with that Cap rising, like that, it's the Sag moon there because it feels like it's like that there's probably somebody who feels like they often have to compartmentalize their authentic self or their wild side given the environment that they find themselves in or some kind of responsibility that was immediately thrust upon them in this life. Hi there, Allie. It's been a minute. I can attest to this. As a Sag, I grew up asking why to everything. But that's the thing about it. Like, Sages seek to understand because they need to figure out, like, Sages always need to know what they're carrying, right? They're like, explain to me why this is precious cargo. They will not, like, Sages are not in the space by which someone says this is precious, meaning, like, I'm not going to carry it preciously until you explain why it's precious. You know? Leos will do that too. One moment. Sag here, accurate. Oh, thank you, Adina. Good to see you. Guys, I'm going to pin up Adina here. I had a beautiful podcast with Adina a while back. You can find the link over on my site or over on Adina's site as well. Good to see you today, dear. Facts on Leo. Thank you, Jess. July Leos have huge personalities. Absolutely. Oh, you're home. I'm so glad, Bridget. Riding the wave. Absolutely. I believe so. Excellent. If something is a half degree in a sign, is it a cusp? So typically when we talk about cusps, we're talking about whether, like, we're specifically usually speaking here related to cusps on your sun sign and whether you're falling within a day of the sign changing. I will point out there's a huge point of debate as to whether cusps exist or not. I know that there are a lot of astrologers that are very hard line about the fact that they don't believe in cusps. I always say I'll stop believing in cusps when I stop seeing them. Like I will stop believing in cusps when I stop seeing them presenting themselves. So that's kind of where I fall on that. Yeah, absolutely. Aries, Sun, Leo rising. Yeah, I like that energy though, because an Aries Sun Leo rising is doing something, but doing it nobly, right? Which is probably often trying, wouldn't be surprised if you're often in the space by which you are refining experiences, right? Like taking something that somebody created and making it even better. I was born under a Capricorn new moon, so powerful. Makes my Aquarian placements happy. Yeah, here's the thing, like the Cap Aquarius, right? It's really lovely together. Sag moon, their emotions rule things, and they are not always secure in themselves. Yep. I feel like the thing with the Sag moon is Sag moons heal when they start embracing their authenticity. That's all there is to it. When a Sag moon starts embracing their authenticity, things start turning in better directions for Sag moons, but it's hard because often the space by which the Sag sometimes feels like the Sag moon feels like they have to keep that part of themselves under wraps is often creates the energetic discontentment that they're trying to work through. Yeah, it's a lot of integration. Oh, yeah, I've seen it happen. Oh, it's adorable, Purr. That sounds funny. Yes. And thank you, Ralph, for the follow. Hold on a minute. Just catching back up. Well, I exposed his true image. Oh, oh, sending you. Yeah, I get it, Nicole. Well, again, I hope that you continue to heal on that journey. I dated a cusp sun's. Oh wait, a cup. I think you meant a cusp sun sign. They exist. Yeah, absolutely. They need to be technically sure of things to invest in them. That's a good way of putting it. Thank you for letting me know, Stella. Yes, definitely. Thank you, Angeli. Oh, you're a Cancer, Gemini. Ooh, that's like some very exquisite. You probably have like exquisite taste, and you're probably very eclectic, but in a very unique way. Or you collect things like I keep wondering, you probably have very unique collections of something that others don't, like something that you collect that others don't collect because you don't put value on what others see, but what you recognize is like it's giving me like diamond in the rough kind of energy, right? Yeah, so cute. She only does it when I come back. Oh, that's so sweet, Bridget. Yeah, I'm a Leo rising with an Aries new moon. Also trining Jupiter and Sag. I'm all fire. Yep, you're well placed here. There's a lot of fire energy in this collective. Welcome, Becky. Authenticity is the highest vibration we can operate in. It's hard though, right? Because being in our authenticity, it requires different things. You know? Yeah. Fighting it makes it worse in this lifetime. Absolutely. And thank you. Hold on a minute, just reading back up. I lost my spot. And thank you for sharing the live and thank you for reposting, Chris. Yeah, me too. I exist. I wonder if cusps is why I can't ever make a definitive decision. Well, listen, no, I need to point out, being a cusp does not mean that you're indecisive. Depending on the cusp that you're in, depends on sometimes it identifies the fact that you've got qualities of the sign leading or proceeding into the sign that you reside within. Yeah, accurate. Thank you, Amanda. Absolutely. I do feel a lot of fire here naturally. We love us. It's good that you've been able to find this in yourself. Absolutely. Rising signs become less and less relevant as we grow. That might be why. That's an interesting take on it, Lucas. I mean, I think that it's more about like the fact that we potentially integrate into our rising sign, right? Which is getting more like we get more, I feel like we get more comfortable with the way we approach things, but we also like start to we start taking or learning new approaches to things as well. Oh, I love it. You got an Aquarius sun, Aquarius moon, Gemini rising cat. That makes a lot of sense given what I've read for it with them. Interesting. I also have a Jupiter and Sag in my moon. That's wild. I took a lot of quantum leaping. It took a lot of quantum leaping. Hi, Minnie. You can absolutely get on the list. You said from 4-9. Hold on a moment. Let's get to it. Let me see. Yep, I got you, dear. All right, adding you back to the list. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 6th person read for. Great time to get on the list. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. I'm happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here, for those joining us across the other apps, highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you would like to share that is relevant to your reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. Just reading over some of the comments that came through over on the place where we keep the videos. Thank you for joining us there, Steve. So I am having some difficulty understanding some of the non sequiturs that you're posting, but make sure that if you're trying to communicate that you're forming full sentences, particularly and especially in relationality to what we're reading for. That's the best way to be able to have a productive conversation. But I'm glad to see that some of these messages that we were receiving during the collective were resonating for you. Absolutely. Excellent. Interesting. I'll have to look into it. Absolutely. Excellent. So if you'd like a reading, all you need to do is send the donation, and I'll be happy to add you to the list, dear. We also offer here, for those who become super fans, 1 card readings for subscribers. That's something that we also offer over on the place where we keep the videos as well. Absolutely. Can't remember the details clearly. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of what I meant. As we grow, we heal from our sun sign. That's a really good point, Lucas. Pisces babies, so sweet. Interesting. That's interesting. I see my Taurus come up daily, but I'll settle for sure. Exactly. Virgo will keep you in place. Well, I like to point this out. Like Virgo energy is very exacting, right? It's trying to work through perfection. And so often, I feel like the space by which we're able to heal our Virgo placement is the space by which we work, instead of for seeking perfect, trying to create perfection, right? Only confident or comfortable when I'm being fully authentic and honest, which has been a struggle. Understood, Amanda. Yeah. And thank you. I want a mediumship. Absolutely. I'd be happy to do a mediumship reading for you as well, dear, if you'd like to get on the list. Sin, don't hate me, but it's been bugging me. Highest is spelled incorrectly. Oh, you're right. You know what? I hadn't even seen that before. That's why. No, first of all, I would never hate you for telling me something to fix. So thank you for letting me know. Second of all, I need to go in and adjust it anyway. So I'll make sure to make a change on it when I do so. Thank you for letting me know, dear. I appreciate it, actually. Absolutely. Excellent. Right? Yep. Doing that now. Got you, dear. I do have Sag and Sag. It's like Diet Virgo. I never heard that before. Sag and Sag is like Diet Virgo. That's wild. The T was camouflaged. Yeah, it's just hanging around. Yeah, high test. Yeah, Virgo is so hard on themselves. But I like to point this out, and I like to stress, like, Virgo and Aries are very similar like that, because Aries can often be hard on themselves the way Virgos are hard on themselves, right? But often the way that Virgos start to heal that is when they understand that perfection is not a destination, it's a call to action, right? It's not the space by which you look for perfection, but when you work to make something better, that's the gift that Virgos bring to circumstances or situations. I do have a lot of Aries friends. I do like the way they flow through life. Sages want to be Virgo so bad, therefore die Virgo. I don't know. Do Sages want to be Virgo? I think the thing about it is, like, Sages will often, the thing is, I want to describe this, and this is sometimes why, like, Sages and Virgos can sometimes feel like a little bit out of place around one another, is like, it's very hard It is literally impossible to embarrass a Sagittarian. Have you ever tried to embarrass a Sagittarian? Like, have you ever? And Virgos, like, you know, like, here's the thing about it. Like, and this is the thing about it. Like, Virgos sometimes can have, like it can sometimes work into that space by which, and that's the hard part about it. Like, Sages can sometimes be unabashed, and the way that that Sages can be unabashed can sometimes surprise or startle Virgo energy. And in a way, like, it's either like, and depending on how much the relationship is working, it's either refreshing, right, or it's mortifying. And it requires a lot of that balance, you know? Like, they can be really, really beautiful energies together, so long as they're both working through being respective of one another, right? Which is, the Sag has to look at the Virgo and understand that there are some things, like some things that they cannot touch, right? And Virgo needs to understand for Sag that Sag, right? Like, Sag doesn't do anything to another that they wouldn't do first to themselves, right? That the Sag is not, like, the Sag is not trying to like mortify the Virgo, but trying to help the Virgo become more comfortable with being themselves, you know? Yeah, absolutely. Just reading over. Yeah, exactly. No, they're beautiful. I do love Virgos. I'm surrounded by them. No, they're wonderful. And the thing about it is, like, much like Capricorns, a Virgo, a Virgo is not going to pull a punch in terms of telling you something that you need to hear, right? Because Virgos understand that, like, the way we sometimes hurt another person is by trying to spare their feelings. Like, Virgos understand that intuitively. Yeah, Virgo ascendant and Libra moon. Try not to be so hard on the self. They don't know what embarrassment is, even though I love about them. Yeah, being a Virgo moon, if I admire it. And that's the thing about it, right? When you're in a good space, you're like, wow. You know? Yeah, I have to not care what others think about me. Exactly. The thing is, the downfall of every sign is the thing that makes them great. Well, you know, I like to point out, and this is why, like we talk about here, you know, and I try to do this too when we're teaching. Like, we talk a lot about like how we beautify or what we have to work through. Like, everything has a positive or negative to it. Sag is really fun to the point, even if you feel secondhand embarrassment. That's a good way of describing it. Secondhand embarrassment. I like that. Yeah, I also see that about it. Yeah, also why I feel I really understand. Excellent. Hold on, just reading over. Mm-hmm. I love, yeah. Virgo sun, Virgo ascendant, and Libra moon. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, that's you trying to, like, I can see why you would be hard on yourself, because the double Virgo energy with, like, Libra is, like, I feel like you probably have moments where everybody else is like, it's perfect, and you're like, it's not perfect. And being like, it's perfect, and you being like, it's not perfect, being like, it's perfect, because your ability of being able to see how you could perfect it is getting in the way of you seeing clearly how perfect it is. Yeah, absolutely. I love that. Virgos are very, hold on. No, they are very self-sacrificing, and they're very selfless. Totally agree. The hard part about it is sometimes, like, sometimes when the Virgos being too hard on themselves or those around them about striving for perfection, right? You don't need to be perfect to be able to be facilitating love, or worthy of love. Yeah, I second that observation. My Sag Sun friends love to watch them have fun and do crazy things. I grab a chair and some popcorn, exactly. Yeah, and then until yeah, when they get, like, yeah, like the temper on a Sag, yeah, it's there. Yeah, that's me at work most of the time. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Virgo, Libra, big second guesser. But it's because like they're like it's a lot of that like trusting the fact that even when it's perfect, they're going to see ways they perfect it more. Exactly. They will avoid you and the confrontation at all costs if they can. Yeah. That you what are the odds? Yes. Oh, I hate second guessing. Sag moon placements, unhealed. I listen, I will stress this. It is not the fact that everyone was a Sag placement has an unhealed huge temper, but I will point out that the thing about it is that what goes on with Sages and temper has a lot to do, like the way that a Sag navigates their temper tells you everything you need to know about how healed the Sag is, right? Because often like the space by which and you'll often notice this when Sages get to a place where they own their anger, right? It's not the fact that they don't have it anymore, it's the fact that when they have it, they're able to articulate that it's justified, right? Like that's the healed side. That is the healed side of a Sag. It's not the fact that the anger goes away, but the space by which they can articulate why it's there, right? Which is somebody being like, oh, you're so angry, and being like, yes, I'm angry. I have a reason to be angry, right? It's not the space by which they run away from their anger. It's when they embrace their anger and the space by which they say, I've got a reason to, that is them coming into their strength with it because it's not the space by which it's overwhelming them, but the space by which they have control over it, right? Yeah. All right, we're going to continue right now. We are going to get started on personal readings. The first person we are reading for today is Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the 7th person read for. For anybody joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers or for the paid members over on the place where we keep the videos. Your paid membership there entitle you to the same benefits that we described for subscribers. I would like to be able to offer that over on the place where we keep the photos. I do need your help with that, friends. If you can take a moment today to head over to INSTA and give me a follow there. If you comment followed in the feed, I will thank you with a affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me there, just share the live with 3 friends and comment shared, and I'll be happy to also give you that affirmation. First person we are reading for today is going to be Stella. Stella, I love astrology days too. I'm glad we started adding them. The first person we're reading for today is Stella. Now, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channel. Stella, I've got 2 different messages. I got 2 different messages from you. Can you please confirm which one I'm looking at to be able to do this reading? Excellent. And cool. All right. Excellent. So Stella, can you confirm which one of these messages I should be reading for our read? And just a reminder to anyone joining us, we are at 28.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. It looks like Stella maybe had to move away. So if Stella isn't here right now, we are going to continue down the list. The next person on the list for today is Ivana. Ivana, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, if anybody else wants to get on the list today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be, actually, correction. Ava, I apologize, it's my fault. Ava is before Ivana. Thank you for letting me know you have the dream, though. We'll read you after Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Thank you, Ivana. Appreciate it. Second call right now for Ava. Second call right now for Ava. It might be your turn. It might be your turn, Ivana. It depends on whether Ava's here or not. Bueller. Hey, is Ava here? Okay. Yep, absolutely. Ava, where are you, dear? Ava, can you let me know? Okay, yep, you're getting muted. Okay, no problem. So if something that you're posting isn't coming up, yeah, I see Ava in the chat. She's getting muted. Ivana can go. Are you sure? Okay. If you're having a problem being muted right now in the chat space, I'll look for your information in the disco. Okay, perfect. That said, we are going to be doing a dream interpretation. Is this inside tea or outside tea? And just a reminder, if you guys have information that you would like to share with me for the purposes of our read, if you've got a dream that you would like interpreted or a past life you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the eagle. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. And we've got a dream. You know what that means. We've got the dream coconut. All right, outside tea. I can only remember my husband and myself being on the wrong side of town, like a more dangerous area. There was a huge building that looked like a mall. It was closed and had long, clear, opaque plastics covering the doors and the whole building. We had a key and we were trying to open the doors when a short man approached us. They looked homeless, but at the same time, like some kind of monk with a mustache. He told us to leave, that we couldn't be there. But he said in an alarming yet helpful way, like he was warning us that it wasn't good for us to be there and that we shouldn't open those doors. We kept walking, and at a distance I could see people. There was a man walking another person like a dog. This person did not look well and was acting like a dog, running around wildly, barking at nearby people and pulling on the leash. As I kept observing the surroundings, I saw a cemetery in the distance. I remember seeing 2 statues and colors similar to a cemetery. I used to visit when I was little, when I would go with my grandmother and my mom to burials. It is also the cemetery where my grandfather and grandmother were buried. The statue that made me connect to it was a Christ statue, the Sacred Heart. I also noticed a baby blue painted tomb. I turned my attention back to the barking man, and in my mind I was thinking, I hope he doesn't come near me. As soon as I thought that, the man seemed to lose control of the leash. The person acting like a dog made eye contact with me and started zigzagging. For a moment I thought maybe he had not seen me, but then we made eye contact again and I thought, oh man, here he comes. Sure enough, he became even more frantic and started getting closer. That's when I woke up. I remember trying to scream, but all that came out was a moan, and that's what woke me. Can I get 4 cards, please? Yeah, it's a shadow work dream. Wow. It's a shadow work dream in relationality to working through the intentions of others and the space by which we come to appreciate and respect one another. So what we effectively see that begins this dream space is that you are in a space that you are not familiar with, right? And we see the fact that there's a huge building there that you identified looked like a mall. It's clearly, but it seems very clear from what you indicate, the fact that this mall has been abandoned or is currently undergoing some type of renovation process, which would give indications as to why we see that there were opaque plastics covering the doors and the whole building. Now, you said that you had a key and were trying to open the doors when you said this short man approached. Now, here's the thing about it. From their appearance, right? From their appearance, you felt energetically dubious as to what their energetic intentions are. And I want to point out the fact that you articulated the fact that you couldn't tell if this individual was impoverished, so experiencing poverty in the space by which they were homeless, or the space by which they were a monk, was navigating the space by which you could not tell if the aesthetic that they were inhabiting was one that they chose, one that they were intentionally choosing, or one that was energetically thrust upon them. Regardless, though, but here's the thing about it that's also important to notate. The fact that they had a mustache is important, because a mustache is effectively it is a choice, which means the fact that the space by which they're making choices as to their appearances is given further indication in the fact that you articulated that they had a mustache, because you have to recognize that the choice to maintain a mustache is the space by which you see someone that is intentional with how they themselves energetically appear. And this gives you indications upon their own, the quality by which you may have found them. And what did you effectively see? So that's the space by which you recognize that they are self-conscious. They are aware of themselves and they're making choices in relationality to their own appearance. You identified the fact that you said they told you to leave, that you couldn't be there. But here's the thing that's important about it. They said it in an alarming but helpful way. Like they were warning you that it wasn't good for you to be there and that you shouldn't open those doors. So this is beautiful, because we basically see you being able to be in the dream space and identify a guide. And how do we see the fact that you recognize in the dream space that this is a guide? Because it's the observation, right? The modality by which you identify the fact that you had a key, right? Something that you could pursue, right? The space by which you and another energy were about to pursue something, and it felt like someone, right? It felt like someone who came towards you and advised you that it would not be in your best interest to do that, is the space by which, and this is where you can identify the fact that it was feeling like it was helpful, because the fact that you identified, right? And it's interesting too that you articulated that mustache, because the mustache is indicating someone that effectively is being energetically self-conscious, right? They're in the space by which the space by which you find them is the choice. They're making intentional choices. So the way that they appear to you is the way that they choose to be. It's not something that's thrust upon them, but someone that is allowing the context by which that is who they aspire to inhabit into. And so the modality by which you identified someone that is self-conscious, that is being self-conscious for you, is the advisement point in terms of someone potentially seeing somebody there and recognizing that what they were telling you had your best interests at heart, right? The modality or the experience by which they were articulating something, but they were expressing it in a way by which it felt like they had information that was important and relevant, and that they were looking out for you in the context of you stating it. And what do we see that you did in that way? You didn't argue with them. You kept walking. And then you said at a distance, you saw individuals. And you identified the fact that you said that in the dream space, there was an individual that you saw that was walking another person like a dog. And you identified that the person that was in that space did not look well. And they were running around wildly and barking at nearby people and pulling the leash. So what we effectively identify, and this is the difference between understanding the conscientiousness of self in terms of how we appear, that sometimes can feel startling, versus how we choose to be, right? Because we see the fact that a lot of the space that we see that's happening right now in the dream space is helping you understand and recognize that appearances can often be deceiving. Why do we see that? Because we saw an individual who your first immediate thought was the fact that they might be energetically destitute. But then through the communication with them and through the careful observation, you saw that your first impression was probably incorrect. There was something deeper that was energetically happening there. Simultaneously, the modality by which you saw somebody that was not looking well, right? The space by which you identified someone running around wildly or barking at people. We see people like this every day, right? You don't need to be, because, and this is the beauty of it, right? The honor by which we hold ourselves is the way that we are energetically respective of others. So we see that in the first context, right, that individual who looked destitute, who you then recognized with a monk, was someone who was honoring you because they articulated something important to you, because they were looking out for your energetic best interests. However, energy, right, energy that is too deep in their ego is often the space by which everything, what happens when another person is overactive in their ego. When somebody is too overactive in their ego, then everything they see is a threat to the self. It's the modality by which everything feels like an attack. It's everything is happening to them instead of the space by which we're all experiencing something together. So you have to remember that shadow work dreams only bring things to us that we've already experienced. So this is potentially the space by which you see someone that isn't energetically acting right, and the space by which another person, right, they don't need to be like that, right? The space by which they're acting like that is the space by which you see somebody who's running around wildly, who's yelling at other people, right? Who's often in the space by which they're energetically antagonizing others, which would be the space by which they're effectively pulling on the leash, because it's a space of someone who's too much in their ego, who sees everyone around them as threat and chooses to attack them rather than trying to energetically help them, like you saw that first individual was trying to do. And you said, as you kept observing the surroundings, you came to a cemetery in the distance. And you said you remembered seeing two statues and the colors similar to a cemetery. Now, it's interesting that you articulated that you said the colors on the statue were similar to a cemetery, because I'm very curious as to what you identify as colors that are similar to a cemetery. But I believe, oh, it was similar to a cemetery that you used to visit when you were little, and you would go there with your grandmother and your mom to burials. And you said it was the cemetery where you knew that your grandfather and your grandmother were buried. You also identified that there was a statue there that you connected, that made you connect to a Christ statue, which was the Sacred Heart. And you identified the fact that you said that there was a baby blue painted tomb. So the understanding that we potentially see is understanding that the quality and the condition of a life well lived is that there are those who effectively miss us. It's a space by which we hold cemeteries in the space of honoring the energy that we miss, right? And it's interesting because the cemetery that we find in the dream space is the space by which we hold, right? The gift of building into the cemetery is the space by which we understand that the reward for a life well lived are those who miss your energetic signature, right? That is the gift of a life well lived, is the space by which we miss someone, because the energetic signature is one that is energetically respective. So that is why you identified the fact that you saw that that was the locationality by which you identified that you saw that your grandfather and your grandmother were buried. Because I would not be surprised if those energies were ones that had a deep impact or impression upon you. And the fact that you identified that you made the connection to the Christ statue or the Sacred Heart is recognizing the valuation point that happens when we meet somebody. We meet somebody who worries about the shape and nature of their heart space, which is the space by which, again, very much like that first energy that you saw, someone who's always looking out for others, someone who's always conscientious, someone who's always trying to make things a little bit better for everyone in the world that is around them, which is why you identified that when you saw the statue of the Sacred Heart, you saw that baby blue painted tomb that was next to it, right? Because the blue energy that you would potentially see is the communication point of someone who's always trying, right? Someone who's always trying to effectively help others, or someone who's effectively trying to effectively identify or recognize the space of holding others with a level or degree of care that allows for the context of being aware of the fact that others need help too. You identified the fact that you said that you turned, and we also see that in the space by which, like the space by which you said that you turned your attention back to the barking man, and in your mind you were thinking, I hope they don't come near me, right? And then you said as soon as you thought that, the man seemed to lose control of the leash, and the person acting like a dog made eye contact and started zigzagging. And you said for a moment you thought maybe they hadn't seen you, but then they made eye contact again, and you thought, oh man, here he comes again. And sure enough, they became even more frantic and started getting closer. And that's when you woke up. And you said you remember trying to scream, but all that came out was a moan. Because it's the understanding and the affirmation of being able to recognize and identify the shape or the force of the energetic signature that we leave in our life, right? The modality by which you identified, the space by which you saw a cemetery, and the fact that you had the association to Christ energy, or the modality by which you identified towards the Sacred Heart, is the space by which you were potentially in a space where you are identifying individuals that potentially work to make the world better in a million different ways, in soft, gentle ways, which is why you identified the nature of the color as baby blue, right? Because when we see the world from the perspective of working to heal the inner child, then we are all children here, right? And what did you see with that first energy? What did you identify with that person, right? They were looking out for you, right? They were telling you something because they were worried about you and they wanted you to be safe and careful. So when we care about each other and we bring that consciousness to the world, then it's a space by which we see the world, not from a place of bitterness or something that's attacking us, but the space by which we try to take care of each other. We're all one another's children. So that's why you had the association in the cemetery of a life well lived, because I would not be surprised if you saw a lot of energy that potentially attenuated, that those individuals were always bringing that sense of care to situations or circumstances, right? The modality by which the nature of the care that they gave was not exceptional, but something that they tried to give everyone around them. Whereas you see again with the barking man, right? This is what you often see with someone who's too deep in their ego, who sees the world as ever stacked against them, or having a reason, or having a right, or feeling like you're living in fear. So what did you see was happening there? What was the signature that that person was making? The space by which you were trying to avoid them at all cost, hoping that they didn't see you, hoping that you would have to avoid them, because in the modality by which you experience them, all you get is their aggression. All you get is the space by which they're articulating how angry or violated they feel at every moment, that almost feels like it's creating trauma around them at every moment. And that's why you said, when they made eye contact, they said, sure enough, they got frantic and ran towards you, because they experience, and the problem about it is when you're deep in the ego, this is all you get. You get a bunch of people averting their eyes from you, right? That builds into the further feeling of feeling energetically isolated and makes you angrier. And then more people avert their eyes from you. So the self-isolation that often occurs with someone who's too deep in their ego, that creates the space by which they feel that everybody is against them because they are against everyone, right? It's the self-fulfilling prophecy that often occurs with energy that is aggression, because aggression only finds, like aggression always finds more aversion that creates more aggression, which leads to more aversion. So the modality by which we don't recognize that and work to curb it within us, right? The space by which we don't work to heal our aggressiveness becomes the space by which everyone else has to deal with it. So you're basically seeing the modality of someone else living within that self-fulfilling prophecy, specifically and particularly because it's the recognition of the fact that they're not seeing, right? It's like when you don't see the world with the eyes of kindness, then you effectively become the aggressive energy. Bottom of the deck on this reading, particularly with the Wheel of Fortune in its upright, for a lot of the energy that we potentially see, like what we identify here with the Wheel of Fortune. And you know, the thing about a shadow work dream is that there's nothing that we experience in dream space that we haven't already experienced, right? You're working through this because it's happened to you, right? You've potentially had those experiences by which, the space by which you potentially experience trauma with someone who potentially isn't able to carry their anger in a healthy way, right? And then you work to energetically avoid them because you don't want to make them angry. But the thing is, when another person can't carry their anger, all they find is anger. Because what happens, right? Somebody's angry, and then you do everything you can to avoid them. And then the fact that you're avoiding them makes them even angrier, more, right? It's the observation that you've potentially had to heal from experiences that felt like there's nothing that you could do, right? Because often when another person has an anger problem, it feels like it's an impossibility space that we experience. Because if you give them, right, if you give them attention, right, if you make eye contact, then they get upset by the fact that you're looking at them. If you try to avoid them, if you try to avoid their glance, then they get angry and they bark because they're trying to get your attention. So it's recognizing the paradox that energy with anger issues put themselves in, because it's the anger that just builds upon itself. There's nothing that you can do to stop it. When you see somebody like that, the best you can do is give them a wide berth and avoid it, because until they recognize the fact that all they're like nothing, like if there's nothing they can articulate, when you say to another person, when you're making another person angry, and you say, what would you prefer? And there's nothing that they can articulate that would make the anger go away, then they're only in one relationship with one person. They are in a committed relationship with their anger, right? And often having a committed relationship with your anger is a very lonely space to be, because typically you don't build into healthy relationships. The relationships that you have feel more like you're in relationships with handlers, which is why you saw somebody that was potentially beside them, right? That was just trying to manage them instead of building a healthy relationship with them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you, Vamo, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And thank you, Flo Mommy, for reposting. Completely different energy. Completely different energy than the energy we see in your readings. And I need to point this out. I think that this is really important. This is why I am not a reader that says that every symbol has a fixed meaning, because the modality by which, like, and again, we can't take the modality by which a dog appears in one person's dream versus another has to do with the context by which we're arriving to it. And I think that that's a really good explanation. That's a really good example that you made, Per, in relationality to understanding the difference in the context between the way that a symbol appears in your dream space versus how it may appear in another, right? This is why I'm not a big fan of dream books or books that try to build into like a fixed point in terms of what a symbol means, because you have to look at the context surrounding the symbol. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, shadow work, dreams about healing and love, ongoing always. Yeah, they appear out of nowhere. And thank you as well for sharing the live whisper. Thank you as well, Mamo, for receiving these messages. And thank you as well, Per. Excellent. A really good reminder not to judge a book by its cover. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I'm in a very superficial environment and defend those where I see injustice and ugliness. Well, and I feel like that's a space by which you potentially are recognizing what like who needs to be, like what feels like it needs to be protective versus what needs to be protected from. Absolutely. And thank you for sharing that dream, dear. I hope that for that to be my legacy. Tap to claim, Bridget. Thank you as well, Ivana. Thank you as well, Nicole. You're so welcome, Ivana. Absolutely. Excellent. And thank you for sharing the live, Mamo. Totally on the dream symbols. In the last dream reading, in last dream reading, 2 dogs were jumping into the water and zooming. So I need to point out, in the context by which there can be different contexts. Like we see sometimes, seeing dogs in dreams can sometimes be positive, can sometimes be negative. It depends entirely on the context by which we're seeing the energetic symbol being shown, as it were. All right, the next person we're reading for today, I'm still looking for Stella. If Stella is not here, the next person we're reading for today is Angelique. Angelique, if you're here, and Bridget, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Minnie. If anybody else would care to get on the list today, I've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. Second call right now for Stella. Oh, welcome back, Ava. Excellent. If Stella's not here, then Ava's next. Yes, it's wild to wrap your head around being a dog and being so many things in a dream space. Well, and I want to point out, like, you have to point out there, like, we see the fact that being representative of, like, the space by which we see a healthy, like, someone who should be acting like a respectable human, but instead acting like an uncontrolled animal. Like, that was kind of the symbology we were seeing in relationality to the shadow work that was appearing there, right? It's the aggression. It's the aggression that they were directing towards others that was making it a negative symbol, right? Absolutely. Oh, that's interesting, Per. See, that would be a completely different dream space, right? Like the space by which you identified that in that dream that was a symbol of protection. And thank you again. Excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now. Just a reminder to anybody who cares to join us, if you'd like to get on the list right now, the list is open. We've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Thank you, dear. Excellent. All right, so Ava is the next person we're reading for today. Ava, if you're here, can you let me know if you would like a general reading, or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And thank you for letting me know that it's on the disco. Angelique, you'll be read for after Ava. We're still looking for Stella. And let me just pull up Ava's question. Is this a, I gotta start keeping a book for you. Ava, is this inside tea or outside tea? Give me a sec. Yeah. Great. Thank you for confirming. Hi there, Jade. I'm inspired now. Excellent. Looking forward to our reading. Perfect. All right. Excellent. So before we continue right now with Ava's dream, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the raven. We'll do that again after the next reading. And just a reminder to anybody joining us across the other apps, 4 spots left before the list is closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Excellent. And before we continue right now, we're also at 33.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And I'm going to pin up Ava here. Make sure to give Ava some love. And it's dream related, so we're going to utilize the dream coconut. Reading on my dream space. Not a specific dream, but just what my 5D self is up to when I'm sleeping. Am I spending time in the Akashic? I also would like more clarity on my ability to dream walk. In one dream card, in the one card polls, we discussed that it was either karmics and divine counterpart entering my dream space or me entering theirs. I'm not sure which one it is. I feel like you just answered your own question, but we'll get to it. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, I get it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, hold on a minute. Yep, that makes sense. Okay, let's talk about it. The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Because I need you to understand something, okay? And you have to, like, the thing about it is you got to understand the nature. You got to understand the nature of the Akashic, which is you don't own the Akashic. It's like it's open, right? It's an open space. So you have to understand the nature by which you have to, like, the answer to your question is understanding the nature of the Akashic, and the understanding or the recognition that for the most part, when one has access, like when one has access to the Akashic, then one has access to the Akashic. So, but once when one does, you have to recognize that the space by which you might bump into others who have access to the Akashic too is like the reason we call it a library, like the reason we call it a library is because it's if you have access, then you have access, which means it's not necessarily yours, and the possibility of bumping into others there is likely if they have access too. So the thing that you're potentially recognizing, and I think it's interesting because I keep on getting, it's not the fact that you and another person, and you remember how I talked about this. Remember how I said when I spoke to you about this that I couldn't energetically tell if you were going into there, if you kept on asking me, am I finding them or are they finding you? And remember that I kept on saying to you, because I try to read pretty authentically, I'm like, it's a little fuzzy. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it too, because the modality by which I said you guys keep accidentally bumping into each other, right? And that's the nice thing about the Akashic, is sometimes you can answer your own question. You already answered the question, which is you help me with the reading, because you just said to me, I have a feeling, right? You just articulated the fact that you said, I have a feeling that I'm energetically entering the Akashic when I'm going into the dream space. So that, and I like this because this is what we do when we're reading in a positive way. Thank you, clarity. Thank you for helping me help you. So what's basically happening, right, is it's not the fact that you and another person are energetically seeking out each other, but the fact that you're both potentially working through something, and you're gonna love it. You're in the same wing. You're like, and I'll just show you these cards, which is the answer. Like you've helped to clarify the answer, because the answer is not, right? The answer is not, like, it's not the fact that they're specifically going somewhere to seek you out versus the fact that you're specifically going to seek each other out. In fact, I think to a certain extent, you're trying to avoid each other. It's what I keep on seeing. Is it awkward? Is it, and the way you'll usually know is it awkward when you bump into them in the dream space? Is it awkward? I'll tell you right now, if you're bumping into them in the dream space and it's awkward, it's because you're not expecting to find each other there. So your confirmation, I'm going to tell you right now, your confirmation, if this is what's happening, is whether those confrontations that you keep on having with them in those spaces, if it's awkward, it's not intentional. If it's awkward, it's not intentional, because when it's intentional, it's never awkward, right? You never find awkward where intentional lives, because awkward is always the space by which you're trying to do something. And I love awkward, and like the Akashic's funny like that. Like, I love awkward. Because awkward, and this is what's great about awkward, you'll literally be like going out of your way to avoid someone, and then you see them and you're like, oh, this is the last person I hope to see right now. And so I feel like that's the thing that's interesting about it. I feel like I'm seeing a situation by which they have access to the Akashic too. And I want to stress this. The thing about it, and this would actually give further clarification on this, because you have to understand, and this is like, the thing about it is, what happens in the Akashic is energetically confidential. This is great. By the way, this is delightful. So this is clearing up a lot of stuff right now. So what's happening is, you have to understand that what happens in the Akashic is confidential, right? They don't have access. They don't have access to yours. Okay, I want you to understand the nature of something where they don't have access to yours and you don't have access to theirs. But for whatever reason, you've got you and them both in the same space of the Akashic together, which means if you're having situations by which you only remember that it's awkward and you can't remember what you're talking about there, right? You just remember seeing them, or remember them being a part of something, but you can't get down to you can't for the life of you, just slipping right off, isn't it? Slipping right off. For the life of you, you can't remember. You had a conversation with them, but for the life of you, you can't remember what you were chatting about. Well, let that serve as confirmation by which we've gotten to the bottom of what's occurring, right? Because and it's probably going to be very annoying. It's going to be very annoying. Because every time you encounter them, you encounter them in the Akashic, the conversation never happened. every time. Every time you encounter them in the conversation, this conversation never happened because you can't have access to each other's Akashic. This is a great reading. Bottom of the deck. So how do I, oh man. Good Lord. How do I, so the reason I'm identifying, the thing is, when we have karmic connections with each other, it's not uncommon for us to bump into each other in the Akashic. Because often when we have karmic connections to each other, we're working through the same lessons. So the space by which, right? Like the space by which, this might be happening a lot is what I keep on getting. I mean, write down the impressions. That's the best advice, like often. And like, you know, this is what I try to do, like trying to piece together what's going on there. The thing about it is, you know, I feel like it's interesting too, because the thing about it is, I feel like the hard part, like often when I see situations like this, it's working off, like it's frustrating. There's something unresolved between you and them, and it feels like it's related to a past life. And the thing I'm identifying here is the thing that's frustrating about working through something unresolved in a past life is we can only work through past life issues in the space by which another person is willing to do that work. And I feel like the hard part about this is, like, I see a situation between you and another person that, like I'm annoyed to see it, right? Because I feel like, and I'll point it out, right? You can't have someone in your life if you don't have the same manifestation goals. It's very selfish to keep someone in your life if you recognize that you have different manifestation goals. And so I feel like there's something about this that I'm seeing in relationality to the fact that there's some kind of conflict between you and them related to the fact of, I keep on hearing that the space by which you are not there to be someone's solace. You are there to be someone's manifestation goal. So I feel like there's something about that, which is like, I almost feel like the space by which you're having, like, it's interesting too, because I almost like, it's not that, and I want to point this out, it's not the fact that you can't remember conversations that are in the Akashic, but it requires, right? It requires mutual consent. And it's interesting too, because I literally see, some kind of energy around you. Like you've got some kind of like guardian energy that's almost articulating about another person not having access to you for reasons that I see indicated, which is like a little bit of like, that's enough of that type of energy. But it feels like that's enough of that type of energy that's trying to help you heal from something in relationality to that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Yep. Yep, I got it. Thank you. Oh, I need to hold on. I'm sorry, I've just got to take notes for you on this because it's important. Thank you. Okay. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yeah, it's like, it's giving me like, you know, here's the thing about it. Like the word that's coming through is like, anything like anything that's not for you is like nobody, no, like, I feel like you've got a guide that says like, nobody gets a placeholder with you, you know? Absolutely. Oh, I love those hearts, Bridget. Love when we don't pull, yeah, don't pull that concerned face. I have no poker face. You might sometimes see me pulling concerned faces all the time here. If you don't like concerned faces, this is not the place to be. Does quitting people pleasing tendencies also include? You know, here's the, I mean, like it depends. It depends on the pet. It depends on the guardian. It depends. Like I want to point out, often the space by which, like I have to understand, often the space by which a lot of our pet guardians are here to help us with tendencies, which is often the space by which, and I like to point this out, like energy that's in our care needs, like it's healthy to try to please energy that's in our care, right? So it's like kind of a case by case basis on that, avatar. Yeah, you were studying in peace. That's what I keep on getting. I pondered this as I lost sleep last night. Interesting. Not moving for my cat. Thank you, Avatar. That's you were not moving for your cat. But I feel like the thing you have to understand is like, I feel like in a way like that, like a guide showing you like how considerate you are, you know? Yeah. I still have a big, I don't think it's a big, like, here's the thing about it. It's not a big problem. I think it's probably the guardian showing you how empathetic you are of others' needs, you know? No problem, Minnie. Yeah, that's wild, exploring together. Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is like, I feel like I see somebody trying to talk to you, and I've almost got a guardian energy saying like, you don't, it feels to me like they're like literally like pushing them in the other direction, because I keep on seeing the Akashic is not where we go to work through karmic stuff, is what I keep on getting. Like this is that energy I'm seeing, being like, take it outside. Like, take it outside. Like, no. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. What happens in the Akashic stays in the Akashic. Yeah, exactly. Okay, thank you for confirming. Yeah. Okay, thank you for confirming what I'm seeing there. Yeah, it's that placeholder energy. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I tried last week to meditate into that space. Oh, but I want to point out, like, that actually feels like I'll point out that's you realize that was you successfully entering it. Like, if you got that information, that was you successfully entering it. Yeah, but like, there you go. But I want you, I don't want you to, I don't listen, I don't want you to consider that a failure point, Nicole. Right? That, like, literally, like that is it working. Like, that's, like, I hope you understand. Like, I hope you understand that shows the fact that it's working very well. Well, this is what I mean. Like, that's what I mean about no placeholder energy. Like, that's what I keep on getting in terms, like, I feel like I see a guide around them being like, no, like, literally, like, they're pushing, like, they try to come towards you and they're like, no. Yeah, mine too, Bridget. My face will always tell people how I'm thinking and how I feel. I've been called on it. I've been called on it. Like, it's just, I have not, yeah, I have no boundary. But you're not supposed to have boundaries with our pets. Like, they're our guardians, you know? Absolutely. Yeah, they were very clear. But like, I want to point you, I don't want you, like, listen, Nicole, I don't want you to take that as a negative. Like, I want you to understand that that was success, you know? All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today, I'm still looking for Stella. If Stella's not here, the next person on the list for today is Angelique. Angelique, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Yeah, no, I'm glad that I hope that, like, I want you to understand that. Like, I don't want you to feel like, I want you to understand that wasn't them turning you away. That was you telling you, that was them giving you what you need in order to be able to stay longer. Right? I got you, dear. Okay, let's get to it. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards, I got all these cards already out. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Oh, buon compleanno. Excellent. All right, before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. All right. And I'm going to pin up, in a moment, I'm going to pin up Angeli here. Guys, make sure to give Angeli some love. Okay, is this inside tea or outside tea? Okay. All right, so we're doing an energetic read around an individual. Things were, okay. So things have been going well, but the last time you saw this individual, when you said goodbye, they said, "I'll see you soon," with a question mark. And I said, "Will I? I hope so." And they said something like next week, and you said perfect. Fast forward to next week. I realize I'm fully packed with stuff for Easter. They suggested we see each other the week after when I come back, so I said, let's do it. Fast forward, I'm there with my family the night of, and we haven't spoken in 3 or 4 days. I let myself get in my head and jump to conclusions, worried about them playing you, but also noticed it seemed like you had to initiate conversation, so you were left wondering if they would initiate conversation. It's been a few days and you got stuck in your head overthinking and started sending or unsending messages. Not sure if you should keep seeing each other because of the inconsistencies, and you concerned that you're worried that they're not being genuine or wanting to pursue a connection with you. How would I start seeing? Yes, I want something intentional and not wanting to rush into anything, or wanting to build something genuine over time, and how sometimes it feels like the words don't match actions. All right, I've got 3 cards out here. The important thing that I'm identifying, and I want you to recognize this, consistency is key. Consistency is key. I feel like you need to write that down. Because if there's a circumstance or situation by which you have plans, but you still recognize that, and I want you to understand this, the space by which we build consistency with each other is what creates a healthy relationship. So the modality by which, right, it's perfectly normal to say to somebody, especially if we're building a relationship, right, that check-ins are important, because the understanding of being able to energetically connect on a day-to-day space is often the understanding wherein we're able to identify or recognize that we are effectively thinking about one another and prioritizing each other, even if we're not in the space of being with one another. And I feel like there's something about this that is energetically important, because the difference between enjoying time together, right, and the space by which experiencing something, right, in terms of experiencing something, even if we're not with one another, is often amplified or articulated with keeping each other, right, keeping each other up to date in relationality to how we're energetically feeling. That is the difference. And I feel like the major thing that one needs to navigate with an energy like I'm seeing here is whether this energy is seeking an enmeshed relationship. Okay? And I feel like the words that I would I would really, because the hard part about it is I often see energy like this that says I'm looking for a relationship, but remembering that saying to another person I'm seeking a relationship is not a full conversation. Everybody's seeking a relationship. Everybody's seeking a relationship. The manner of the relationship is what it looks like on a day-to-day, right? And so I feel like that is the conversation that you need to have in relationality to whether this individual an enmeshed partnership, okay? Because an enmeshed partnership are two individuals that aspire to ultimately bind their lives together. The space by which the desire to bring the life together, which amplifies and articulates the difference between someone seeking a relationship by which they're seeking to enmesh the relationship versus someone who is looking for someone to spend time with or to do things with. And so I feel like that's really important here, because the cards that are coming up around this person are the Stag energy and the King of Pentacles. So and the hard part about it is sometimes when somebody's in this modality, you have to kind of read into the situation to understand what they're energetically seeking, right? Particularly and especially, are they keeping you aware of what they're doing when you're energetically not together? Or does it seem like they're avoiding telling you? And the way you can usually tell is by articulating and checking and saying to another, what did you do today? And I want to point this out. If what did you do today feels charged, then there's the problem. If somebody desires an enmeshed relationship, then to say to them, what did you do today, should be responded to with openness, happiness, encouragement, and a delight to be able to share. When somebody truly desires an enmeshed partnership, the question, what did you do today, is not going to feel charged. And if there's any context by which they address that, or they take that as an accusation, or they get cagey about it, let that be your first warning sign that this is potentially someone that's not seeking an enmeshed partnership, or tries to articulate the fact that you are effectively, and I want to describe this, some key words to pay attention to with someone that does not desire enmeshed partnership is when you do something normal and reasonable, like saying to somebody like, hey, how'd your day go, right? In the space by which they don't answer, or the space by which they take like an overabundance of time to respond, Those are the signs by which another person is broadcasting to you that their desire may not necessarily be for an enmeshed partnership. Now, unfortunately, I wish that there was a world where someone would be open about this, and secure energy will be, right? Secure energy will be very clear in terms of what it is that they're seeking with another. But I want to say, if clarity is key, consistency is key, and caginess is your alarm bell. Consistency is key, and caginess is your alarm bell. And the thing you have to notice about cagey energy is that cagey energy will not tell you that they're being cagey. Cagey energy, you have to usually notice the fact that they're energetically avoiding something. So one of the best ways you can identify that is if you ask somebody how their day is and they take like a whole day to get back to you, they're not telling you what happened that day, are they? Right? They're conveniently not telling you what happened on that day, but they're responding to you on the day that they desire to tell you about. So make sure that you're bringing that level of consistency to the relationship right now, right? Make sure that you're bringing it there and allow it to be the barometer in terms of how they energetically receive it. Bottom of the deck, it's perfectly normal. It's perfectly normal to be in a space by which we anticipate or aspire for daily conversation, even if we have plans with one another. So if there's a space or place by which another person tries to articulate the fact that you're suffocating them or the fact that you're being demanding, well, there you go, right? That is going to be all the signs by which another person is articulating or broadcasting to you that they're not necessarily seeking an enmeshed relationship, but rather something that is based more upon not being able, like not being effectively clear in terms of what's happening in the time intervening between you and another person seeing one another. And I want to point this out. Healthy relationships are not based upon front-loaded communication, which is the modality by which another person says, but like not the space by which another person disappears and has no logical explanation for why they haven't answered. And then when you bring it up, they say, but we had that whole conversation, right? Oh, we just talked, right? That's very telling, right? Be very conscientious if someone articulates to you when you say, where have you been? And they go, what are you talking about? We just talked. That is literally the sound of someone trying to carve out a blank space in their life where they're not inclined to tell you upon what they're doing. And unfortunately, when someone does that, it can feel like inconsistent communication because the responsiveness by which they effectively address something tells you everything you need to know in relationality to whether they are inclined to tell you what they're energetically doing at that moment. And again, I wish we had the context by which someone could be honest and authentic about it. But if they're authentic, they will tell you. And further, they will tell you promptly. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 4 cards available today before the list will be closed. There's 4 spots, not 4 cards. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you so much, Trista, for the follow. Yep, thank you for notifying me of them, I took care of them. I appreciate it. Excellent. Definitely been there before. Thank you for supporting each other in the comments. Actions speak louder than words. Tap to claim. Chris, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I mean, to be fair, yes, they're consistent. But here's the thing. That's why the texting consistency is key. Yeah. It's only recently. Absolutely. I always go back to if they wanted to, they would. Beautifully stated. Again, it's not the fact that I don't see the space by which another person wants to build a relationship with you, but making sure that you guys are clear on the type of relationship that you're building together. Sure that you have that conversation sooner rather than later. Excellent. And especially if it feels like you're noticing a change in how they communicate. Trista, thank you for, I want to point out when we're in a healthy relationship, the communication grows. It doesn't taper. When we're moving into a healthy relationship dynamic, the conversation grows. It does not taper. Absolutely. And thank you, Cosmic, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Yaz. Excellent. Welcome back, Minnie. Excellent. We've been going on dates. I mean, that's beautiful. I mean, again, and the thing I just keep on seeing is, remember, communication should be growing right now, not tapering. I like that if it leaves you guessing, get to stepping. That's beautiful. Excellent. I sometimes I feel like I got 4 cards left. Yeah, exactly. You get a card and you get a card. Absolutely. And thank you, dear. Oh, there you go. Thank you as well. Be well. Yeah, look at that. My partner hates texting and will not text consistently, but when it came to you, always. That's beautiful. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is, I'm still looking for Stella. If Stella is not here, the next person on the list for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And for anybody joining us, if you'd like to get on the list right now, it's a beautiful time to get on the list. You will be the 1, 2, 3. You'll be the 4th person read for 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-Lio. Happy to read the list, Minnie. The list I have right now is Stella, Per, Minnie, and Bridget. And we've got 4 spots left. We do hear highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Mediumship, Dream Interpretation, Angelic Guidance, Animal Spirit Guide Readings, Pet Readings, Akashic, Mind, Body. It is a wonderful list. Mind, Body, Spirit, Aura, and Love. If you are joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list. If you're joining us on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership entitles you to the same subscriber benefits I listed, as well as a free 1 card each day. I would like to be able to offer them on the place where we keep the photos. I need your help with that. If you're joining us there, give me a follow there, and if you do so, I will thank you with an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me there, just share the live with 3 friends and comment, share it, and I'll also be happy to give you that affirmation. Guys, please remember, a true reader will never ask you to inbox them for a reading. Please make sure that you stay safe out there. There's a lot of spammers and scammers who try to encourage you to message them directly so that they can do something energetically nefarious with you. Be safe. Thank you, Eki, for the follow. Absolutely. Excellent. And we're doing a reading for Per on the disco. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Spirit Guide cards here. We can count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got this the crane. It's interesting that I wanted to say stork, though. That's noteworthy. And thank you, Be Well, Bexwell, for joining our fan club for 200 days. Appreciate it. All right. Again, if you have information that's necessary for the purposes of if you are a super fan, you have access to our superfan only disco channel. If you are a superfan who does not have access, just give me message me personally from that link I just posted with a disco GIF. I'll send you an invite to the disco. And if you have information that you feel is relevant for our reads, you can post it in the notes in the disco, or post it in the disco in the direct channels or in the notes when you send the donation. We've got a dream. You know what that means? We're busting out the dream coconut. And I'm going to pin up Per here. Guys, make sure to give Per some love. Yeah, I was thinking it was going to be peaceful today. I jinxed it. What's going to be peaceful today? Mercury entered Mars. Where in that astrology were you anticipating anything peaceful? All right, Sparta. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. All right, we got it. All right, dream. Outside. Last night, I remember 2 dream fragments. They weren't particularly special, except for the fact that for the first time ever, I could actually smell something in the dream. Part 1. I don't remember that much from this one. It was daytime. There was some kind of hunt going on for 4 teenage girls. I saw passport-style photos of 3 of them. I had the feeling I might have been the 4th, even though I felt like an adult in the dream. The setting seemed like some kind of school or auditorium with adults around as passive spectators, both inside and outside on the grounds. I do remember that I was being chased outside by a man, although I never actually saw him. At one point, he grabbed me from behind, but I managed to break free by shaking myself loose pretty forcefully. What stood out was that I never really felt threatened. It was more exciting and a bit annoying than actually scary. In the second fragment, I walked into a spacious, fancy boutique with my mom. Everything was neatly arranged and had a very clean, stylish look. My attention immediately went to a shelf with 5 or 6 miniature perfume bottles. I tried all of them, most smelled nice, but they were pretty weak. One larger perfume bottle really stood out though. The scent was strong and really pleasant. It reminded me of a perfume called Attrape Rêve, but even better. Today I learned that Attrape Rêve actually means dream catcher in French. After that, I was at the register paying for some clothes. I don't remember. I actually bought the perfume. I don't remember if I actually bought the perfume. There was a big old-fashioned cash register on the counter, and the total amount showed up really large on the display. 70.20. I remember being surprised that I bought so many luxury items for such a low price. I was expecting it to be much higher. 4 cards. Okay, so we got to get into the 2 different fragments of the dream. The first one, the first one I want to articulate is working. It's working through shadow work, but in a way, it's kind of showing the shadow work that you've overcome. And the space by which we understand that is recognizing or identifying when another person is trying to make us feel energetically frightened, is what I keep on seeing. Because, and I want to point this out, you identified the fact that you said that there was some kind of hunt going on for four girls, right? And you said you saw passport style photos of 3 of them. And you had a feeling that you might be the 4th, even though you felt like an adult in the dream. And then you said the setting seemed like some kind of school or auditorium with adults around as passive spectators, both inside and outside the grounds. And you said you remember being chased outside by a man, although I never actually saw him. At one point, they grabbed you from behind. You managed to break free by shaking yourself loose pretty forcefully. When you stood out, you never really felt threatened. And the reason, right, and this is what the guides are showing you, right? The question that one would say is, why did you not feel threatened? Because you identified, and this is the important thing about the dream space, you identified the fact that you said that you are in some kind of school or auditorium with adults around as passive spectators, both inside and outside on the grounds, right? Context is key. And the difference between feeling energetically safe versus truly threatened has to do with the perception as it relates to whether the energy around you is looking out for your best interests or not. And this is why you identified the fact that you saw that these students that you saw that were on passports were teenagers, right? A school, effectively, is a place by which the priority of the school is ideally to look out for the best interest of the energy within the establishment, right? So it's the observation, and this is what I want to point out with you in the dream space. In any other context, right? In any other context, what you are potentially perceiving around a circumstance or situation would be navigated as alarming, right? That would be very disturbing, right? The fact that you identified that there was a hunt going on for 4 girls. What? The fact that you said that there were passport-style photos, about 3 of them, and the fact that you had a feeling that you were the 4th. But the sigh of relief that comes in the dream space is understanding the context by which this is all happening in a school or auditorium, and the fact that there are adults present that are acting as passive spectators, which is the observation of understanding that whatever is occurring here, right, is not actually detrimental to the self, which is why when that person caught you, right, you didn't feel like you broke free and you let yourself loose pretty forcefully, because you recognized and calibrated the fact that you knew that that energy was not trying to hurt you, right? The observation of something that feels more, right? When we're going through, like, and this is what we see, like it felt more, right? It felt more like a sport because of the context by which you identified the fact that it was occurring in a safe environment. So this is why we see that this potentially, and this is what's interesting, because the guides are effectively showing you a circumstance or situation by which we navigate, right? By which we navigate the feeling that we have as it relates to our own feeling of energetic safety. So there's something about that, and I want to describe this too as working through the context of what others might not anticipate as a big deal, right? Because the big question to be navigated there was whether you were truly, right, like whether you were truly at threat, or was it the context of the environment that you were within that made something seem less energetically threatening, right? So there's something very important the guides are trying to show you as it relates to the context of situations, helping to identify what is important. Now this brings us to the second fragment, where you identified the fact that you said that you walked into a spacious, fancy boutique with your mother. And you said that everything was neatly arranged and had very clean, stylish look. And your attention immediately went to a shelf with 5 or 6 miniature perfume bottles. And you said you tried them all, and most smelled nice, but they were pretty weak. Okay. And you said that there was one large bottle that stood out. And you said the scent was strong, but really pleasant. And you identified the name on the bottle. And and again, you had the attention point after coming out of the dream space to look up the meaning of the name. And the name is important because, again, you should not be able to read in dreams. So the modality by which you're able to read in dreams is informing you of something that is more at work there in terms of the fact that you could read it. And you identified that those words translate to dream catcher in French. Now, you said that after that, you were at the register paying for some clothes, and you don't remember if you actually bought the perfume, but you said there was a big old-fashioned cash register on the counter, and the total amount showed up really large on the display. And the numbers that showed up was 70-20, okay? And you said, I remember being surprised that you bought so many, you said you remember you were surprised that you bought so many luxury items at such a low price, and that you were expecting it to be much higher, okay? So what do we effectively see that is happening in the dream space? It is the identification point of working through the observation of what feels like it is enticing versus what feels like it is energetically threatening. And the way that we effectively see that is the observation. And again, it's working into the context of healing inner child wounds in relationality to one's own sense of how one aspires or appreciates, working through the context of one's own sense of energetic safety. Because we see here that your confidence, right, even in the modality, right, we see even there that there's a level of confidence that you bring to situations by which you are very attenuated in being able to feel the need of being able to take care of yourself. And at times, that sometimes could potentially have put you in situations in the past by which you were not necessarily accurately recognizing the level of threat that you yourself may have actually been in. And we see this in the context of the first dream, because you have to remember there's a little bit of shadow work that's happening there, because the understanding of recognizing and identifying that anything that we experience in the dream space is something that we've already experienced. So this is you replaying something that occurred in a way that you can perceive it differently. So the space by which potentially went through some kind of situation where you were younger, by which someone older was potentially pursuing you, and you did not think it was a big deal, or you didn't think it was that disturbing, but recognizing later that that it may have been weird, right? Like another person potentially moving towards you with so much determination and potentially not being respective of your own boundaries as it relates to having to use excessive force to get your point across. This is potentially helping you recognize the form of an intimacy wound in working through the frustration of others not being more distressed about a situation that you yourself were trying to navigate or having to go through. So there we see that is where some of your hyper independence may have formed, because it was the observation of something that did not necessarily seem like a big deal at the time that it was occurring. But now, right, in the context of the mature self, you're looking back and being like, that was not okay. And the way you can usually tell that is when something that happened when we were younger If we saw it happening today, we'd be like, what? Like, no, are you kidding me? Right? Like, that is often the attenuation by which we're working to heal something, because we recognize and understand what would be described as an inappropriate advance, or something that we would not be okay with today. But again, being the fact that we were younger, we couldn't necessarily see, right, how dangerous a situation may have been. Now, this brings us to the space by which it may have created, right? And I want to point this out. Often in the space by which we have dreams, we're working through shadow work. So the modality by which you're potentially working through some of those energetic feelings, we then see a relationship coming towards you in the dream space by way of a caretaker. Now, I'm not going to say that this has to do directly with the person that you see it coming through, because shadow work dreams sometimes like to make something appear in energy that we would never find it within. But the space by which potentially having some unresolved feelings in relationality to a caretaker, potentially seeing you, navigating a circumstance like that, and potentially not caring more or being more concerned. This is where we see the fact that you've entered the boutique with a caretaker, and you identified the fact that you said everything was neatly arranged and had a very clean, stylish look. And you said your attention immediately went to a shelf with several perfumes. Now, what do we see that's happening there in the space of perfumes? The same individual energies, right? The same individual energies that we saw, right? The passports have now become perfumes. So the modality by which you articulated the fact that you said that you tried, that you smelled them and they did not feel, they seemed fine but weak, is the observation of the fact that something stood out, and you identified the fact that you said that it reminded you of Dreamcatcher, right? And so the identification point, the space by which we see the connection from the first part of the dream versus into the second part, is the observation of the normalization that potentially occurs in the space by which another person tries to normalize the pursuit of another, which is the space by which another person potentially made you feel that it was normal for someone to try to go after another person with so much intention or force, because it's the energy of someone articulating the fact that they saw you, right, as someone worth pursuing. But this is also potentially what potentially creates the space by which we have to heal, because we recognize that when we care about each other, we hold respective boundaries to one another, which is the modality by which we don't see each other as objects, right? That the difference between a scent and a person is the fact that we don't look at energy that we have to put into something to identify the value of it. And this is why you identified the fact that you said that you couldn't remember if you actually purchased the perfume or not. But you said that there was an old-fashioned cash register there, and you said that the display was 70/20, because this is potentially you resolving the fact that you potentially had an experience with someone with an archaic, right, an archaic point of view, which is the space by which when another person is coming towards you in a way by which they feel like they are relentless, right? It's not the space by which another person says, oh, they're not being respectful of you, but somebody saying, oh, look how much they must like you. Why don't you give them a chance? You see how hard they're working to try to effectively pursue you, even in the space by which you are potentially denying them or telling them that that's not something that you yourself are invested in receiving. So we see that this is you potentially observing, right? Observing through the dream space why there might be a difference of opinion between yourself that holds healthy boundaries, that recognizes and realizes what you consider energetically respective versus archaic views of the past that potentially saw, right, that saw relationship as some kind of space by which you effectively have to wear someone down, right, in order to feel accomplished in the fact that you got partnership with them. So this is the difference that may be occurring between the opinion in terms of what you and another person consider evaluation in what you seek in a healthy partnership, which is why we see the difference between the 70 and the 20, which is the identification point of the difference between, right, someone who potentially sees another person's relentlessness as sentimental versus another person who sees that as energetically disturbing. Bottom of the deck on this reading, we've got the Nine of Swords, the Nine of Wands in its reversal, right? And this is the thing that's important, because when we build into, the hard part about it is there's a lot of archaic, right? A lot of the work that we do to heal relationship is healing from a lot of archaic thinking, which is why you saw the fact that there was an old-fashioned cash register in the dream space, right? So the space by which another person is like, oh my gosh, this person won't leave me alone. And another person goes, oh, that's so endearing. That's so sweet. They must really like you. Instead of saying, oh, that's really disturbing. Why don't they respect your boundaries? Is often the change that we are able to attenuate between the difference between what it is that we're seeking in healthy partnership. So the modality by which you saw the difference between the 70 and the 20 is the difference between another person who sees the 70 with someone who says, oh, look at the priority of that person who will do anything to get the things that they want, and seeing that as aspirational, but it doesn't create balanced partnership, right? Because balanced partnership isn't built upon relentlessness. It's built upon equal energetic desire. So the modality by which you see, right, the incongruity that you may have in speaking with someone in terms of another person not recognizing why you're making choices or why you're avoiding some energy would be the difference between somebody who potentially prioritizes eagerness, right, versus respect. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. I'm actually going to be closing the list, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps. Pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yeah, it is interesting that a store came up there. Yeah. Interesting. Per loves adrenaline. Yeah, there's something about that in the dream space too. Yeah. I was like, how do I give love? Exactly. Mm-hmm. Discount shopping. I snorted out loud. Per has been more money, treat yourself, money consciousness. Yeah, so but here's the thing about it, right? Like, especially given the fact that it was from a younger space, it's potentially resolving about something that felt normalized when one was younger that now one realizes was not okay. Grand Rising, Team Osana, good to see you today. No, it was not the name on the bottle. You recognize the smell of the perfume in the dream. That is fascinating. That is fascinating. Yeah, it's absolutely wild. Oh, very true. Yeah, the past is done and dusted. Interesting. You're so welcome, Per. And thank you, Ella, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right, the next person I'm reading for today, I'm still looking for Stella. If Stella is not here, the next person on the list for today is Minnie. Minnie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the first person read for tomorrow. And thank you, Ella, for reposting and sharing the live. Second call right now for Minnie. If Minnie's not here, the next person on the list for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Oh, I got you, dear. I'm like, no, it's not that. I'm on a tight time. I'm on a tight time frame today. Excellent. All right, let's get to it. Whoa, just a small question. Just a small question from Bridget today. Just a tiny light question. Outside tea is, what is the soul legacy my life is weaving, the energetic imprint I am here to leave, and how can I embody it fully and clearly in the present? Love it. Absolutely love it. What a beautiful question. What an absolutely beautiful, beautiful question to ask. Gold stars to Bridget today. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. We'll keep that out. 4 cards. So I feel like what I'm observing is there are the things we want to do, and there are the things that we have to do. And I'm observing that, I need to point this out. I see some kind of circumstance or situation, and I want to, the words that I keep on seeing around you are, I fulfilled my obligation. There is a lot of power in saying to someone, I fulfilled my obligation, because when another person, and it's interesting too, you came here, the argument that I see that you arrived here with was, I fulfilled my obligation. And someone being like, we are aware of that. But someone still needs you. Right? The modality by which we understand that once we fulfill our obligation, what we choose to do after that is us. The modality, everything else about that, I keep on hearing, everything else after that's extra credit. Everything after that is extra credit. And there's a lot, and here's the thing about it. I feel like there's something about that. that I see you working through in a lot of different facets or in a lot of different aspects of your life, right? Like I see you getting through, I see you doing the hard part first. Like you having the tendency of being the type of person that you're like, let's just get it over with. Let's just do the hard part first so that way we can enjoy the rest of our time, is what I keep on seeing. Hard part first, because if you get the hard part first, then the rest of it, like the rest of it, I keep on getting the rest of it's just icing. The rest of it is just what you choose to energetically do with it. And so I feel like it's interesting because I feel like you help others. I feel like you help others with that too. Which is like, I don't know, I keep on saying something about doing something ahead of time. Now, there's something very significant about that. Specifically and particularly because I feel like there's often been circumstances or situations, and I feel like the hard part about it is, and they're saying it has a little bit to do with your Libra placement, which is either the space by which energy asks, you have a tendency of having energy around you that either asks for way too much or asks for way too little, right? And I feel like you know this, right? And I feel like this is something that you've had to heal from, which is you can't ask for too little and then be upset that another person fulfilled their obligation in terms of what you asked for that from them, is what I keep on seeing. There's some kind of wound in relationality to you having to heal. I keep wondering, you having to heal early on with saying to someone, it's not okay to want more of another person if you haven't asked for more. That is the sound of trauma. That is somebody putting themselves in a trauma environment, right? The sound of somebody putting themselves in a trauma environment is the space by which another person says, that's all I need you to do. And then you move away from something. And then they say, oh, well, that's all they did. Right? I don't know who this is, but the thing about it is when you recognize energy like that, you walk away and you keep walking. Because that right there, that is the most toxic energy you will ever experience in all of existence, right? The space by which another person identifies the fact that that's all that they need from you and then tries to reframe it that that's all you did. I feel like there's energy that has lost the best person that they ever could have had beside them, specifically because I keep on hearing they tried to make you the scapegoat of their own negligence, right? They tried to make you the scapegoat of their own negligence, which is the modality by which they tried to articulate that they asked something more of you in the space by which you did exactly what they asked you to do. And in that way, I feel like I see you often working, I feel like I see you often putting that extra effort into things, right? Like always putting a little bit of extra there. And I keep on saying the reason that you keep on putting a little bit of extra there is to heal from that wound, from that vicious energy, right? And that vicious energy is I feel like that vicious energy is often, I keep on seeing like, is often the space by which another tries to leave something energetically unfinished and then tries to articulate the fact that you didn't finish it when nobody asked you to, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like the most important thing about that, you've never done that to anyone. I feel like I see here, your greatest gift is you give credit where credit is due. You give credit where credit is due, and the space by which you give credit where credit is due is the modality or the experience by which you're perpetually working to make sure that nobody is left out of things, which is the situation or circumstance by which I keep on seeing, like you don't create, right? You don't let another person, like you don't let another person be traumatized by your own energetic negligence, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like I feel like I see you being incredibly responsible. I keep on hearing responsible and responsive. But I also feel like, and I want you to kind of remember that, because the thing about it is, and I keep on saying, be very wary of someone who tries to perpetually put themselves in a trauma environment. And the thing about someone who perpetually tries to put themselves in a trauma environment is asking for something and then receiving exactly what they asked for, and then telling another person that another person did not care because they did not meet the need, failing to recognize the fact that you did exactly what another person asked for. Instead of, and that's, I keep wondering, that is the sound of someone not taking responsibility for their own energetic negligence, or trying to always put it on another person that they didn't energetically do something. I want you to remember that's not you, that's them. And bottom of the deck on that, yeah, especially, like, here's the thing about it, that's energy taking advantage, right? Energy that's taking advantage, energy that takes advantage is always in the space by which, I keep wondering, energy that's taking advantage, unfortunately, is always in the space by which they try to say that another person's priorities are in the wrong place, right? It's always, I keep on getting it, it's always the space by which another person says, like, oh, like, look at that person whose priorities aren't in the right place, whereas the other person is just tirelessly, right? Tirelessly working on, like, all, I keep wondering, all cylinders at all moments, right? The modality by which another person is just working and working and working. And I keep on seeing, remember, okay, if you're a workhorse, your integrity speaks for you. And I feel like that is the legacy that you're energetically leaving others, which is when you are a workforce, when you are a workhorse, then your legacy speaks volumes, because it's always the energy taking advantage of energy that works tirelessly, that always articulates the fact that they should be working more. And so I feel like the space by which you amplify or you recognize that you also deserve rest is potentially the space by which you identify and work towards the energy that is respective, right? I wouldn't be surprised if you are getting better at attenuating between energy that respects everything that you do versus energy that's always trying to articulate that articulating that you are in some way, shape, or form I keep on hearing, you've never let anyone down. But you'd be surprised when you are around someone who is perpetually trying to build into trauma, then the way by which they try to articulate their disappointment is often the space by which we're able to recognize and realize that that is energy that does not see everything that we do for one another. So I feel like that is the shape by which I see that you're kind of working through something, but even as you're working through something, it's hard to see, is what I keep on identifying. So make sure that you're holding yourself compassionately, particularly with those that simultaneously and similarly understand, right, everything that you do for everyone around them, even if you're not shouting it from the rafters, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. You'll also have priority tomorrow, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And CEO, thank you for the follow. I know, beautiful question. Stella, I need to do one cards right now. I need to do one cards right now for super fans. So what I can do right now is I can read, I'm going to do the one cards, and if we have time, I can try to accommodate the reading, but I have a hard stop. So, excellent. Welcome back, Lucas. I definitely did that. Soft era, exactly. Does that mean it gets better? I think my life story so far would shock most people. I do not look like what you've been through. I don't think you will, because I just keep on seeing, like, the thing I keep on identifying is I feel like the space by which you start to take, like, I feel like you're taking care of yourself in ways that are profound, because I keep on seeing, like, it has to do with your connection to the earth, right? Like, I like to point this out. There's nothing ever wrong with ground. Like, if something's wrong with the ground, the question isn't saying, why isn't anything growing here? Being like, why, like, what do you have to how do you nourish the earth to allow it to be able to bear fruit, right? Like, it's not about the fact that there's something, often the energy that's not nourishing something will say, what's wrong with this ground? Failing to recognize it's because you didn't nourish it. And I feel like that's you putting that nourishment back into yourself. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Oh, sending you so much support, dear. It shouldn't be like that. Absolutely. You're welcome, dear. Thank you. All right, my friends. We are going to continue right now. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments as well. I feel like you come here a lot to do a lot of deep ancestral healing, Bridget. And that type of work is never easy. All right, we're going to continue right now. So we are now getting to the one card readings for our super fans. If you are a super fan who would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. If you would like to become a super fan, just hit the super fan button at the bottom of the screen, and that will make you entitled to one card. If you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there will also entitle you to a one card. Welcome, Steph. Good to see you today. Excellent. Okay, let's read over. Highest good. I've got you, Ella. You know, I see somebody, you know, I see somebody who, like, it feels like it's giving me somebody who's, like, not being forthright about something. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, particularly and especially with this Five of Cups and its reversal. The way we can usually identify if someone is in their authenticity is their ability to articulate upon not being perfect, is what I keep on seeing. Like, specifically, like, I keep on getting the space by which we help another person understand the full nature of something is being able to articulate upon, right, what it is that we could effectively do better. Animals, like animal oracle, please. Yeah, especially with this raven energy. I don't know why I keep on seeing somebody I keep on hearing like I don't know where like I don't know if this is a conversation that they've been you've been having with them. Um, and I think that you'll understand this. Like things don't happen to us. And when I articulate the fact that we say that things don't happen to us, then it's the modality by which we recognize, right? Like you'll often notice this when energy is working on healing, like taking their accountability in terms of something that they could do differently, which is not to say that there aren't situations that can't be that things that the things occur, but the modality by which we're able to articulate upon what we can do better or what we can improve upon helps us to recognize, right? Helps to make sure that we're not moving into like I keep on hearing something productive rather than something that we ourselves are harboring is what I keep on getting. So I feel like there's some kind of conversation about that in relationality to the past that you and them share. Nicole, one card, highest priority, please. Queen of Pentacles in its upright. I feel like there's something, this feels to me like I see you kind of learning something or picking up some kind of new skill or getting the hang of something. Bottom of the deck, like especially with this moon card. The way I like to identify what I'm seeing here is I feel like you're not giving yourself enough credit for something that you're good at. You know? Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the hind energy, right? Like sometimes, like it's really like sometimes it's hard to explain who we are because we're so close to ourselves. So if you're having a hard time, like explaining yourself to someone, ask a friend to do so. Say to them, like, how would you explain what I do, right? Chrissy, one card regarding connection, please. I feel like I see somebody who's potentially recognizing the fact that their trauma has made it hard for them to build some kind of authentic connection. The tools we learn to survive trauma are the same that damage healthy relationship. It's sad. It's a sad state of affairs, but it's the truth, right? Animal spirit, animal oracle, right? It's hard because often the same parts of ourselves that we had to create to survive something are what we bring into healthy relationship that damage it. So that's why we have to be vulnerable in recognizing what we identify as a safe space. Because when we recognize that we're in a safe space, we start to get busy with trying to work towards letting go of that armor. Sending you support, Bridget. Oh, welcome, Stella. Excellent. And thank you guys for supporting each other in these readings. One card for Bridget on counterpart. I see somebody that's trying to keep busy. It almost feels like somebody, like, yeah, I've got somebody, like, remember how I said somebody that was like convinced that they were taking a break? They couldn't take a break if they tried. This energy could not take a break if you tried. Yeah, especially with this dog energy. Like some energy just feels at home working. So I see somebody who's like navigating stir craziness by getting like giving themselves some kind of new project that they're taking on or some kind of new responsibility or trying to create something new. Excellent. Thank you for becoming a super fan, Stella. Ivana, one card on that guide. It has to do, it's actually connected to the dream space. Remember how you saw in the dream space? Remember how you saw in the dream space a baby blue? I feel like I feel like it's interesting because I feel like this guide is helping you recognize it. It feels like in a certain way, I keep on hearing like this guide is helping you recognize um, the end of innocence is when we have too much fear about things, right? Like the hard part about the end of innocence is often the space by which we recognize that there are those who hurt because they don't have control of their fear or their anger. And when another person doesn't have control of their fear or anger, they're oftentimes like they're possessed, right? Like they're possessed. Like it's the difference between. I feel like it's the difference between. It's the difference between holding a feeling versus being possessed by a feeling, right? And the space by which another person is emotionally possessed is often the space by which another person doesn't feel like they have control of their emotions, right? Like it's the observation, like it's interesting because this guide almost sees that and saying, tell me how that's any different than being possessed, right? Because if you have an emotion that you articulate, that you don't become yourself when you feel it, then that's not one of your, like that's not a feeling. That's a possession. Like that's literally like the space by which we articulate that we don't have control of our emotions is the difference between being our whole integrated self versus feeling energetically possessed by them. Animal spirit guide, bottom of the deck on that. Yeah, like it's interesting too because I feel like there's something about that energy that almost articulates and says like, tell me the difference, right? Like it's almost like it's the energy that doesn't like. It's interesting because I feel like I have to describe the reason I keep on identifying it as some kind of celestial energy is because like it's like that's how they see it, right? It's almost like the space by which they it's hard for them to understand. I feel like it's hard for them to understand something that they themselves have never embodied. So it's almost like the modality by which I feel like it's almost you trying to explain to someone being like, no, it's not, right? I see you almost saying to somebody like, oh, it's not like a foreign entity, and someone being like, tell me how it's different, right? Because I keep on seeing somebody say like there shouldn't be an emotion that moves one off at their own sense of clarity. But I feel like that has something to do with the place or space by which they energetically embody, is what I keep on seeing. Avatar, one card on their intentions towards you. I feel like they need to figure out what they want. You know, the hard part about it is like we can't decide what it is we want with each other until we know what we want for ourselves. And I feel like there's a little bit of this energy that is navigating some kind of rut or some kind of inability to be able to determine like what it is that they're trying to do. Bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, especially with the Three of Wands in its reversal. Like I feel like it's not enough to desire to spend time with someone, right? Like the identification point of quality time is feeling like one's manifestation goals are aligned. So I feel like it's interesting because I almost see somebody that like I feel like they need to, I feel like make sure that you're having conversation with them as to what it is that they're aspiring to do or what their energetic plans are, because I just keep on identifying that there's something there that attenuates into like their own, like I just keep on seeing, like I feel like they have more time than you do. So making sure that you're like you're holding and you're being respectful of each other's time is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, I understand that, Bridget. That's not necessarily the case for her. I love you guys are great. We out of here. Alexandra, divine counterpart, please. I feel like I see some, like I feel like I've seen somebody's seen you. I don't know who this energy is, but it feels to me like every time I read for somebody here, it's somebody who's like trying to build up, like coming towards you in some way, or articulating or amplifying. Like I feel like there's like I feel like yeah, it's somebody who's thinking about timing in terms of approaching you. Like I feel like I see somebody who's very much focused on timing. Yeah, especially with the swan energy. Like someone who doesn't want to mess something up, someone who feels like they'll only have one shot with you. Melissa, one card, highest priority, please. The Eight of Cups and its reversal. Make sure that you're not make sure that you're not trying to do too many things at once. Yeah, it's good to have plans that you lay out over a timeline, right? Yeah, the difference between being busy and overworked is pacing. So make sure that you're setting a reasonable pace for yourself. Pieces, one card, please. Make sure that you're navigating transformation with a sense of delight. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with Ace of Wands, especially if you're working through, like, turn some feeling of dread into possibility. Animal spirit, please. Yeah, the water dragon, right? A lot of emotions can create, a lot of emotions can allow for a lot of creative, like, I feel like it's a good time for you to find some kind of creative output right now, or being able to channel your creativity into something that feels, I keep on hearing, not dread, but creativity, like moving it into something that feels like it's creating something in the space of something that is changing or transforming. Yeah, you know, it's interesting about, like, what I was seeing there, Ella, is it feels like somebody, like, it feels like somebody working through a hypersensitivity. And the thing about it is, we can't be hypersensitive unless we articulate what we would prefer. So make sure you're not having, like, make sure that you're saying to somebody with, like, a sense of clarity, like, what are you looking for right now? Or what can I do for you? Right? Like, not having to navigate, like, another person's hypersensitivity to the space by which it feels like nothing you do is the right thing. Like, bringing that forward to them if that's the case, right? Because often I want to point out, the way we notice another person's projecting is when we say it seems like nothing I do is the right thing, right? There it is. There's the force of the projection. The sound you'll hear when someone's projecting is, it seems like nothing I do is the right thing, because they're projecting onto us. Yeah, as one card. I like that question. Working on balance right now. Finding something that creates a healthy balance in your life, especially as it relates to finding the right environment. I keep on getting, you're very good at concentrating in an environment that isn't overly distracting. So I feel like I keep on hearing slow paced is key, or something that allows you to do something on the, like, at your own time or at your own pace effectively. You're welcome, dear. One moment, please. Yeah, they're absolutely working. They said they weren't, but they are. What an odd thing to say, Eric. One card for Ava. Divine counterpart, please. I see somebody that's working to manifest you right now. Bottom of the deck, yeah. I keep on getting, like, I keep on seeing somebody who feels connected to you and hoping that they'll see you again someday. Yeah, like they're trusting the process is what I keep on seeing. Like there's something about it that's bringing them in deeper connection to themselves, because I see them kind of like learning to be more vulnerable as it relates to the way something's moving. Purr, one card on the kitty, please, for Purr. I feel like I see somebody who's around you to help you get stronger at something. Bottom of the deck, like at your leisure. It's like whenever you're ready is what I keep on seeing. Whenever you're ready, they're at the ready. Yeah, but they're they're articulating upon the fact that they're near you for a purpose, is what I keep on getting. You're so welcome, Ella. You're so welcome, dear. Yeah, so the cards that came through were the fire dragon. This keeps on happening with you now, right? The fire dragon, and the bottom of the deck was the Ace of Wands. So being able to find something that doesn't rush you through something, but gives you the time you need to do it. I keep on getting slower pace for you is key, because slower pace allows you to perfect something. So look for things based upon quiet work environments, because I just keep on seeing something about a quiet work environment that allows you to thrive. You're so welcome, Avatar. All right, my friends, we've reached the conclusion of our reads today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. For anybody who did not get read for today, you'll have first priority tomorrow. So just make sure that you return and ask to be taken off the hold list. I'll be happy to read for you. If you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have priority, which means if you pay today, you'll be first to be read for before we start the readings tomorrow. If you joined us today for the first time or became a subscriber, welcome. Please message me directly with a disco gift, and I'll be happy to send you an invite to our subscriber-only disco channel. You can introduce yourself to the collective, and you'll find in the perks section a special coupon code to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be this Friday at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be studying the court cards in the wand suit. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.